Okay, there we go. Stand by for nothing to work today, guys. Stand by for all to be broken. Rockin', we're rockin', we're rockin', roll, yeah. Folks, are you ready for another episode of Westside Tyler Live? Can I get some sluggos in the chat, please? Oh no. Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. My stream deck is broken side Tyler Bell. What the fuck is this thing that? There we go. Did I slightly unplug that yesterday? Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. I'm your host, Westside Tyler Bell, host, writer, creator of the long-running horror and dark fiction podcast. What the fuck's going on here? What the fuck's going on here? The Westside Fairy Tales. What the fuck? I'm just double checking. I'm gonna kill you guys, I swear to God. Stop whispering shit in chat. Folks, we got a good episode coming up for you today. This is my show, Westside Tyler Live, where we talk about arts, culture, and politics. The internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream, coming to you hot, fresh, and ready from Lexington, Kentucky. I have a good show. We're going to be talking about Destiny. Unfortunately, still somehow not dead. The fuck? Goddamn. The world just not great. We might be reading some stuff from or watching a video from the nerdy novelist, and we're going to be talking about Shadiversity being unable to read and kind of a fucking moron. This is about AI stuff, so it's a kind of a AI heavy day, but also I can talk a little bit about some other stuff, and I have a little bit of a little comedy bit running up that whole thing. Get my stuff ready. But yeah, I'm scattered today, dude. This was a busy day. I was at the gym. Chest day. Fucking exhausting. Enjoying the fuck out of myself, though. It was a great fucking gym day. Like, goddamn. It was a good one. And I just indulged. I could have probably been on time for stream, but I just indulged like crazy. I just realized my Doritos is in the other fucking room. I'm going to go get that in a second. Or maybe right now. But yeah, good day coming up. Good day. Dude, fuck, gym is what I was talking about. Oh, man. Getting back to the gym, it's so important. Go work out. I don't care about your stupid fucking excuses. I don't give a shit. I can't work out-itis. I don't fucking care. Figure it out. Like, I'm too poor. I'm too this. I'm too that. Stop. Work out. Don't do it for the aesthetic affect, whatever. Just figure out a way to exercise your body because it will make you feel better. There's so many you idiots are out there like, man, I can't tell why I'm stressed out all the time. And you have convinced yourself that you're physically unable to do anything other than fucking scroll Twitter all day and eat Cheetos. And you're like always getting your little acid reflux. You're fucking dehydrated as shit. You keep going to the doctor. The doctor's like, your body's shutting down. I have fucking lazy-itis. God damn it, what can I do? If I go to the gym, I have, it's hard for me to be in public. Dude, everybody at the gym has that same issue, okay? Don't even go to the gym. Go find a tree and do a pull-up on it, okay? Go work out on street signs and shit. You need to start exercising. All you have to start exercising. I demand it. I don't care what your fucking excuse is. Because I guarantee you, no matter how fucked up you are, I can find somebody with the same thing that you have that's going to the gym. You know what I mean? It's always going to be like, I have fucking spina bifida, and then I'll show you somebody that's a spina bifida out the ass. No actual pun intended. And like, just can do 150 pull-ups in a row. Like, there's no, go fucking use your body. All right? That's why you want to fucking die all the time, is because your body thinks you do. Because all you do is sit around and read bad news about other people, and you never fucking move, and you're gonna get sick. You're gonna fucking die. You're gonna die from not moving around. So stop, because I told you to. All right? Because I'm sick of this I'm sick of people telling me how fucking disabled they are. But the only thing, they're never too disabled for Twitter. Never too disabled for fucking Blue Sky, okay? If you can use your thumbs to type, then there's something you can do. If I find out that I minded Twitter, blah, 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 and you're not fucking doing, I can only move my right hand. Your right hand better be strong as shit. You better have a fucking squeezy grip. I find out, you're gonna fucking have your TV privileges revoked, okay? No more. I'm sick of it. I don't care. I don't give a shit. He doesn't care about my disability? No, I don't. Because there's other people with your disability that don't get fucking absolutely wrecked by it. Okay? Just start fucking using your bodies, people. All right? And that's like the smallest fraction of it. All the rest of you are just fucking lazy. Just go to the gym. You'll feel better. There's so many people out there. You'll give up on your fucking like worthless dreams of a fucking Stalinist utopia. Like you're going to rewind the clock to 1935 and like give Huey Long a fucking hug and shit and just start a new Black Panther. You live in a fantasy world. You just go to the gym and you'll feel better. And then you'll start doing real shit that actually works. You can just, it's good. You don't even do it for the confidence. Don't do it to be pretty for other people. Do it because it feels good. And that's it. It feels fucking awesome. Every time I go to the gym, I feel good. I'm always tired. And then I get there and I work out and you'll be exhausted. You might be sore the next couple days. But immediately after, I'm just like, damn, life isn't that bad. Go in there thinking like, fuck, you get done with the gym and you're just like, fuck, dude, I feel fucking awesome. You stop drinking and go to the gym, trust me, you're like mid-20s, you're like, why do I feel bad all the time? I feel like I'm dying. I gotta go to the doctor again. Have you considered drinking water, not drinking alcohol, and exercising a few times a week? I don't have the time. You do. I know you do. You know you do. You're not that fucking busy. If you're not a fucking mother of two, all right, fucking single mother of two with 3 jobs, you probably got the fucking time. And even if you are, there's women that have that fucking goddamn, and they still hit the gym. They're holding a fucking, titty feeding a fucking baby doing squats watching Maury, all right? You can do it. Just exercise a little bit. You'll fucking feel better. Go for walks, jog, pull-ups, okay? Fucking start fucking moving around. I want to hit that out there. The funniest thing, there's nothing. People get fake mad at me about shit. The one thing that people get maddest about me is me saying, you're fucking who could do whatever fucking internet disability that you use to be a conversation brochure, right? This is why my Discord's set up the way it is. Because for the longest time on the internet, you would log on to some place, go into some fucking community, and there'd be some dickhead that every fucking day they'd be like, hi, I have fucking this disability, and everybody needs to talk about it. It has nothing to do with what's going on, but I just want you to know that any mention of doing things makes me feel bad because of this. I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. I'm done. No. Go to therapy, okay? If you want to talk about your fucking personal issues or fix them. Why the fuck are you talking to strangers in an art Discord about how you got fucking Hoopa Loopa fucking disease, right? I got the HPV. Okay. I guess that you didn't use the shit that's on the commercials every time I watch fucking Atlanta. Motherfucker. Like, I'm done with it. Everybody else should be sick of it too. It should become a cultural faux pas. Am I your family member? Are we fucking? Do you pay my rent? Am I a fucking licensed social worker? No. Shut the fuck up about your fucking weirdo disability that came. What the fuck? What are you talking? I got glass skin syndrome. I swear to God. I have. Anyone disagrees with me and I will scream in a Discord voice chat itis. Like, what in the fuck is this shit? Start going to the gym and bettering yourself. Go pick up skills and walk. I swear to God. Like, every time I hear, that's all I want to say. Go for a walk. And when you're done, tell me if you feel better. Okay? Walk it off. There was too much walk it off in the 90s. By the end of the 2010s, there's not enough walk it off. All right. In the 90s, they would tell you walk off like a literal broken ankle. Fucking idiots. Nowadays, you can't. We have to fucking give a shit about everybody all the time. And all the time, every fucking time this is the everybody, it is some fucking suburbanite, white fucking unemployed motherfucker. Like, it's never like the most reasonable shit. Like, what happened to you, man? Like, yeah, I lost my left arm because like racists burned my house down. So now I'm a one-armed black burn victim. Like, oh, fuck. Yeah, you really deserve like care and concern. Goddamn. That's a horrible thing to happen to you. What happened to you? I'm just fucking white middle class. I grew up pretty decent. My dad doesn't like me. I have some issues with making friends. Okay. Go to the gym. It's time. Motherfuckers, I swear to God, dude. I've never heard a person with alopecia complain on an artboard. I have never heard someone say my alopecia prevents me from fucking working out. Alopecia motherfuckers are built different. Alopecia is the disease of champions, okay? All fucking smooth skins. Smooth skin. I'm done. I don't care. I don't need you around. If you need a pity party, you gotta go somewhere else. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not your mom. No one does that in my server. I just wanted to get that out. You'll feel better. This is tough love. You'll feel so much fucking better if you start fucking moving your body. Whatever excuse you have, get over it and move your fucking body. I'm fat and it's hard for me to move my body. No, it's easy for you to move your body. You just do this. And then you will fucking start working out your little obliques. You get your fucking heart rate going. Break a sweat. If you don't break a sweat 3 times a week, you're failing the revolution. That's it, okay? I'm a communist, but also, and I want a glorious people's revolution, but also I don't even break a sweat 3 times a week. You don't break a sweat 3 times a week, so you don't have a physically demanding job. Well, I don't have a job at all right now. I'm occupation aspirational. I'm waiting for a groundlings spot to open up. Like, okay. Like, goddamn. Fucking, I don't want to hear it anymore. If you don't, I want to fucking, I think this might be the thing. Every time I hear anyone disagree with me about anything, I don't give a shit what it is. If you're a fucking leftist, I want to know the last 3 times you broke a sweat. I don't want to know the last 3 times you just broke into a sweat. As in, like, you just got foggy, right? On account of the natural humidity that may rise around you. But like the last time you fucking were like, damn, I'm working hard, and your body had to leak water to cool off. I'm gonna start asking that, because I swear to God, we can cut to the chase. I have dad issues. My dad is a fucking mean guy. You should go to the gym and work out a bit. What? Trust me. Well, I think I should take SSRIs. Well, if your fucking physician says do that. But also, you should go to the gym. I have an eating disorder and I feel bad in front of mirrors. Go to the gym and ignore yourself in the mirror. Pretend you're not there. Wear a hoodie. This is what everyone does. You ever seen people in the gym with hoodies with no sleeves on? It's because it's bulk week. Bulk cycle. All right? I don't want everyone to see how giant my fucking moobs got because I'm eating 5,000 fucking calories so that I can push 10 plate. 10 plates a lot. 4 plate. Okay. 4 plate. Okay. And then when I cut, I'll stop wearing this goddamn hoodie all the time. Everyone goes there and they do that. You just put your blinders on. Okay. Go to the gym. What happened to you? I have fucking daditis. Go to the gym. Find a gym. Gym's too expensive. All right. You go find the outside and do squats. What? Where people might see me. Go fucking behind a building and you do squats now. What do you mean? I mean, you do squats. You squat down, you stand back up, and you do those until you sweat. Why? Because I fucking said so. That's it. That's the only reason. I'm not going to fucking appeal to your kindness. What? Fuck that. No. Do it because I said so. Tyler said so. Tell people. What are you doing? I'm jogging. Why did you start jogging? Tyler told me to. Did he say when you could stop? No. I think that I have to do this for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life, I have to engage in physical activity so that I break a sweat at least 3 times a week. Why? He said it's for the revolution, which I didn't really think was actually literally possible. I was just molding on TikTok, and now I feel like I'm not like the strongest person, but if I kick someone, they would feel it, which means a lot to me, and I didn't realize it was a thing that would mean something to me one day. I had this coach in school in the 90s. You could have an open head wound. You would say you would live, walk it off, and send us to the track if we got hurt. I will say this. I didn't see, there probably have been some, but I didn't see any actual permanent injuries arise from walk it off. And the amount of walk it off I did do, I think made me a little immune to pain in a way that maybe is good. There's a boundary there. For too long, we were like, no toxic masculinity, right? And we kind of cut through the toxic and into the masculinity. I don't know if it's a masculine thing to get over pain. I don't really think it is. I think that's a feminine thing. Women don't get the talk. Women just are like expected to just not hurt. You know what I mean? We can't give you any epidurals. Those are drugs. Okay, my vagina's about to get like the size of a baseball, and then even bigger. Yeah, well, think of the baby. Oh, I'm thinking of the baby, and I'm thinking how much I'm gonna fucking strangle that motherfucker if this shit hurts. How you give me that fucking epidural? You know what I mean? Like, goddamn. When I volunteered at the Rail Museum, I typically was assigned to fireman duties. Feeding coal into a steam locomotive is a fucking workout. That's tremendous. Based. Calisthenics and dance. Yes. You go find outside. I don't know. I've just been feeling great. Every time I'm like, I'm down, I'm like getting mad at myself. It's always because I let myself hyperfixate on like overdoing something. I'm like, I have to rush this thing that I'm doing, and then I start letting it cut into my like really what is my personal life, which is like my not my editing, Jesus Christ, like my going to the gym and shit. I think this is why I'm bringing it up. I'm saying it to you guys. I'm talking to myself. Understand this. It feels like I'm saying it to you, but when I say this, I keep looking at my own face because I'm telling this to me. I need to stop letting my fucking schedule eat into my time to go to the gym, because every time I have like a bad month or I'm like, God, I feel so fucking bad, and like my body starts to ache or some shit, I'm like, I just can't get out of it. It's because I stopped going to the gym. Every time I take a week off and I feel horrible because the gym is the best. If I take 10 weeks off of the gym, I have 10 weeks of horrible. I can't imagine what some of you people feel like. You've never been to the fucking gym ever. You must feel like death all the time. Just walking around with all your fucking unused meat just sloughing off your bones. God damn, it's gotta fucking suck. You know, because it happened to me. I don't want to do it anymore. But I'm saying it to me too. Like I have to go to the gym. It's easy for you to say. You're kind of in shape. I'm in shape to you, and if I look in shape to you, trust me, you're not doing good. I don't compare myself to me. I talk some shit. I compare myself to people like Jay Cutler, which is unhealthy and pointless because I don't compare myself to modern Jay Cutler. I compare myself to like 2003 Jay Cutler, which is an insanely unhealthy health standard because even he can't look like that anymore. Check previous super chat. Oh, my bad. Can you confirm that working out has changed my life? I am 42 and had given up. Now lost 30 pounds and look like a superhero. Oh, thank you for the $10. But yeah. Dude, it's fucking tremendous. It's so good. You can do it for the aesthetic benefits, but if you're a person that's like, I don't value people looking at me and I don't want them to ever do that, that might change for you, but also, like, that's a reasonable thing to feel. You can also be, you know, a girl or a femme or just a person that wants to be very attractive to just themselves and not have anyone look at them. And that's also a reasonable thing to think, okay? You do not have to go to the gym and to be ogled. You do not have to, like, plan for people to ogle you. You can still wear your pump covers. You are hiding glory, but you may wear your pump cover, okay? And go about in secret so that your glorious gains are only for a select audience of possibly even only just yourself. And let's be honest, person I'm describing that doesn't actually necessarily exist, but we know they do. Your cat. Your cats. Oh, thank you for the additional $2 to remind me to read your other super chat that cost more money. Oh my God. Oh. Here's another thing. If you have a even moderate sweet tooth and you feel bad about eating candy or sugar things, right? I mean, don't eat too much sugar, you'll kill yourself. But if you get anabolic, right? Like you'll feel it. It doesn't. There's levels of anabolic, right? But anabolic is a steroid. Anabolic steroids make you anabolic. Anabolic is also a state. Metabolic, anabolic, whatever. Anabolic is when you start growing, right? And you're metabolizing insane amounts of calories. If you don't like food, I've heard this from people before, and they're super skinny and they never work out. And they're like, I don't like food very much. You don't work out. You don't exercise. And that's probably what it is. I like sweet stuff, but if I don't work out for a while, I don't like it anymore. I'm like, oh, God damn it, right? I don't, no. Like, and like, your appetite will go away and shit. You start fucking exercising and food becomes better. I would put it on par with weed. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like, especially like, if you're not doing something unhealthy, like fucking CalMaxing, like for, to ultra grow. Probably there's a bunch of you guys out there that are like former varsity athletes and stuff, specifically male varsity athletes for football in America, at least, maybe rugby overseas, but I don't know, who have to do calorie maxing in order to fucking put on a shitload of weight while you're going anabolic and building up. It doesn't last forever if you're not on steroids, but when you're on it, it's fucking phenomenal. Testosterone boost, mood booster. You'll get more testosterone in your systems. Yes, ladies too, but it's a very healthy amount for any lady. Like, you're not going to, that you need testosterone. You just don't need as much as I have, because you'll start looking like a guy. A small amount for a lady is going to make your heart rate better. It's going to make you fucking, like, it's going to regulate your body temperature better. It's going to make your fucking skin feel good. Just like guys, your fucking, or not your skin. Is it your skin or your joints? I think it's your joints feel good with testosterone. They feel better. Estrogen makes your fucking skin nicer, and your estrogen will go up too, because your testosterone will go up from working out. You'll have more of both things to do more shit, and it'll make your skin nicer. If you do too much test, your skin will turn into disgusting fucking pebbly rhino flesh, and you'll look like Ray Liotta at 23. So don't do it. We don't do estrogen wash steroids anymore. But like, if you're like, why did Arnold Schwarzenegger look so good? Estrogen booster, post-steroidal estrogen booster, which guys didn't want to do because they were like, estrogen's for girls. Girls are gay. Nope, that makes you fucking, that's what makes you very, very smooth and very, very like good skin. Very, very good skin. However, if you're not taking those in perfect doses, you get tits, like titties, fucking Bob. This is Bob. Bob had bitch tits. We don't talk about what that movie is. Most trans girls I know are also on T. You have to have both. Everyone's just like, I need more of this, so can I have just a little? You cannot. Steroids are a motherfucker. And I think this is very much the case. And I will say this. This is going to be my most intense take on trans gender affirmation right now. Testosterone and hormone regulation for transitioning is not the way. But also the other way, that the proper way is probably won't exist for 100 fucking years or more. We could probably have it if we had good medical. The using hormonal replacement to boost aspects of gender is too temporary for it to be valuable. That's really what I'm going to get at. basically, you see this with men doing male hormone replacement therapy, and it's because hormones are made, but they're made by parts of you inside of you that do something, right? And we don't have a way to change that permanently. You know what I mean? Because you are from birth, we all start out the same, right? I mean, you get your XXXY, blah, 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 blah. That little bit of change is so minuscule. I know it's the defining factor between us and the other gender, you know, whatever the fuck, however you want to articulate it. But the change is so minuscule that you can mate with people of the other sex and have children with them, which is, genetically speaking, means that you are not different in any valuable way. I know that sounds crazy, like from a 3,000 foot view, but right there, you're like, no, you're exactly the same. At some point in the future, this is going to be the case because there's no reason. What the fuck else is science for? You should be able to just change that gene, right? And be like, that's insane. That would never happen. Like, fucking people on the moon. All right, shut the fuck up. Adults are speaking. The production needs to become internal so that if you have the wrong gender at birth, right, it should be treated. It's a birth defect. I mean, in my mind, if you have to take hormonal replacement, it's either a birth or congenital or chronic defect, you know, acquired or chronic defect. Because I have to take hormones every day. I have hypothyroidism, which is a hormone, thyroid hormone. So I have to take Synthroid every day. So I have to take synthetic hormones. If I could fix my thyroid and not have to take the pill, that would be obviously better. But we're not there yet. So if you could just reconfigure the genetics of a person so that they could do a different thing, that would be the optimal deal. Or just replace the pieces inside of them with the appropriate pieces. Do you know what I mean? Which sounds like hyper simple but also difficult. That's probably where we're going to end up. Hopefully, somewhere down the line. So I think I'm really just saying that to just be like, hey, if you're like, well, it doesn't seem like it's the most effective thing. I don't think anybody thinks it is, but it's like a stopgap. It's an unfortunate stopgap, but eventually I think we're going to get there, and I hope we do. Testosterone maxing. I have PCOS, so I have to take progesterone to control my androgen output, which keeps my testosterone in the right spot. Dealing with hormones sucks big times. Yeah. As a gender fluid person, HRT is infuriating. I wish we just made brand new hormones which had the specific characteristics that I want. It is kind of permanent right now, but it's kind of not. Like if I stopped my HRT right now, I'd still have a deep voice and a beard. I'd just get bigger hips back. Yeah, like it's kind of it. You know, there's some, but it's in half measure. It's a half measure. Kind of gets you almost there, but not quite. Subscription. Okay, I didn't miss any super chats. Okay. I have a big fucking bug bite on my nose? No, I don't. Dude, I got fucking hit with allergies before I started stream today. I got almost fucking murdered. Okay. Steven Kenneth Destiny Bedell is a guy on the internet. Boy, howdy is he. I haven't been paying enough attention to Destiny. I'm going to be doing a big Destiny stream, I think probably next week. If I was still up to more streams per week, I would be on it right now. But there needs to be a catch-up. He's actually kind of deep into the Pixie lawsuit deal. That's ongoing right now. And actually, I have like an interesting update. I was following some other people that are following him on a certain New Zealand coded website. And kind of opposite to like the fucking Sunday Beckett failed hit pieces that fucked everything up, they're using my argument in this. They did an amended filing. Pixie and them did an amended filing where it was my suggestion in Slot Mafia that even though he sent the videos before the law switched over, in simple terms, there was a law that got passed after that would have actually really illegalized his conduct. Even though he sent the videos initially before, every time he relogged in and restarted a new session, it was choosing to do that and maintain access again, right? So he should have, in a spirit of decency, taken those things down. When he fell out of favor with the person or stopped talking to them, he should have removed them. However, he actively maintained access to these videos, which is equivalent to sharing them. I see no other purpose to see that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I receive stolen property today, okay, but receiving stolen property or is and selling it is not illegal, right? But every day I set out like a little briefcase of stolen property and I set it on my windowsill, and then it becomes illegal. And even before then, it's clearly unethical. It's definitely not something you should be doing. So there's no insinuation that it's an okay thing to do. It clearly will cause harm. If after that law is passed, I still keep that thing on that windowsill where somebody could come by and take it and then give me some money. Every time I do that, I am still engaging. As that situation I've created goes on, I'm still doing the thing. It's not the same as I did it and then nothing's happening, right? Where it's like, okay, if you start a fire, right? You start a fire in the woods, okay? And it's illegal to do it on one day. But if it becomes illegal and then you still have the fire going on and it's still spreading and causing damage after it becomes, in this case it's not illegal, but civilly liable, then you're responsible for it, regardless of the fact that you weren't highly attentive to it. I'm not going to take credit 100%. I think it's an obvious statement to make. I think it's a pretty obvious argument. No way to tell or even reason to really take credit like they watched Slot Mafia and fucking were like, damn, that actually slaps. I think any good lawyer would have made that same fucking argument, and I'm not even a lawyer. I think just anybody with approaching things logically would make that same argument once they heard the facts of the case. Shout out commentary community as per usual. But I'm very happy. I'm happy about it. I still haven't I don't want to reach out and be like, hey, I made stuff. I'm pretty sure if they've probably come across it already. It's not like small necessarily, but also I just don't, you'd have to, if I send it to Pixie has to see everything that happened again, which would be awful. I don't know, maybe send it to their counsel or something, but I have no idea. I've been considering doing an amicus brief, but I don't know if that's really necessary or possible. I don't want to interfere with the process in any way that could be remotely damaging to it. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm really on that individual side. Would I interfere with a legal process to fuck over someone that I don't like? God damn, yeah. Within the scope of the law, absolutely. You out of your mind? It would be literally doing the same thing if I did that to the other side. But I think that I think that's good. I want to go over that stuff next week and see what's going on. I really fucking hate Destiny. I really do. I should just restart the segment. Destiny is a guy on the internet, and boy howdy is he. He needs no introduction, but we'll give him one anyway. Known sex pest, abusive significant other, gaslights women, piece of shit. And I think he's actually legitimately crashing out at this point. Destiny gave the impression for a long time that he was above it all. I think a lot of his internet children, so to say, buy that. They bought into that impression a lot, and they still try to maintain that it's the case, but I really don't. It's all jokes, everything. It's all very, very funny. Nothing's very serious. Blah 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 blah. He's the best hope for something or other. Politically, Destiny's a dead end. There is no value to Destiny politically. First off, he doesn't agree with anybody that I would care to have run. I don't think he's probably not a Zoran Mamdani supporter, because Zoran's brown, you know what I mean? He's too Palestinian coded. He is pro-genocide. He's a fucking sociopath in that regard. He is an abuser of women. He is an unrepentant abuser of women. He gets upset that you call him that, but he will not change his behaviors whatsoever. And really, his value by every possible metric at this point has kind of been, completely expunged, politically and kind of creatively in these spaces, right? There's not much. I don't watch Destiny content to learn shit. I kind of have generally avoided him, especially considering how much fucking time I had to spend looking at his dumb ass during the fucking slot mafia shit. And I kind of came up with something. I guess I'll just hop into this. Well, I'll show the thing that really like spurred today's segment on, right? And it's this, which his family, I mean, that's not too wrong. His supporters, his viewers love this shit now, which I don't know. It's fucking weird. Hey, donut operator, where were your tweets blaming Trump or Greg Abbott for the lack of preparation or response for the flood? You seem like you had so much more to say about the California wildfires from blaming Gavin Newsom and DEI. It'd be really pathetic if you're just weaponizing drowned dead children for social media likes, blah, 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 which is already like that. But this is what he's responding to. Where the fuck is that? God damn it. Ransom supplies, blah, 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 blah. Fuck me. Did I fucking put the wrong one on there? Or is it down here further? Let's see. I must have highlighted it. That was the second one. Stalling for time. Did he delete it? So basically what he'd said was, the kids are dead and you can buy a fucking... you can use my code for Noah something at checkout for his NordVPN thing. Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit. Damn it. It might have gotten deleted. Calls out Tecton, DSM. Do we fucking lose track of it? I heard God killed those kids because they were using @NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. And there's a few other ones that are basically like this. I don't know. He was jumping on it. I heard NM Pibble. What the hell does that say? NM Plol killed those kids. What the fuck? Ooh, bad stuff that goes into the atmosphere. Me whenever you post anything about sound handlers, whatever. Okay. The problem with this shit is obviously like it's fucking cringe. I think that's it. It's not like, oh God, you're up in arms. It's a big fucking thing. It's cringe. Like Destiny has hit a level of cringe that is. It's the point of no return. He's past the event horizon. He's just, this is the era of wealthy lolcows. It's really what it is. Like, he is a lolcow. Like, he's a weird-dicked guy who abuses women and is basically just insulated from the normal repercussions on the internet by the fact that he's aligned himself with Nazis, literally, and Nazi-adjacent non-Nazis, and the people currently doing a genocide, and then to some, whatever the fucking, like, scraps of the neoliberal movement are left around him. And, like, treating his rhetoric or presence as anything other than a fucking cancer is crazy. Like, there's no value to the guy. There's none. Like, if you run for political office and you talk to him at all, like, people can use it against you, right? And he's not going to support any of the candidates I ever give a shit about, which are the ones that can do fucking anything. He seems like a, Newsom and fucking Cuomo maxer, right? Like, not like, oh, we're doing a stopgap. He just wants, basically, he's a pervert, so he wants people to he wants perversion to be illegal or legal, but like, fuck workers. That's pretty much it. And I don't think that there's a lot of value in that for anybody that's remotely like left. Obviously, I don't really, speaking to the choir for most people, but also like, even if you're kind of in the intermediate, I don't know what you think value he has. I don't know if it's like you're cozy, you're comfy. it's bad. Right? It's dog shit content. It's not interesting to hear. He doesn't debate like interesting people anymore. All the people he does debate are people that are like basically like friends with him on background. Right? It's like, oh yeah, he's going to debate this fucking conservative. And it's like, well, has he fucked the guy or the chick? You know what I mean? Like, he sticks his cock in Nazi fucking puss. And it's fucking disgusting. He fucks Nazis like on the low all the time. He's like, you have probably more Nazis in your DMs than you do anybody that's a leftist. Even like some of the chicks that he fucking gaslighted, they're like fucking psychopathic turf fucking Nazi jobs themselves. Like, it's just all bad all the way down. I think at this point, I got to be pitched on what value he has. Because honestly, like, aside from being essentially like controlled opposition to be like, oh no, I'm the reasonable one. Like, basically, he's the ideal. Him and Vosh. I used to think this a little bit more of Hassan, but I don't know. I think Hassan's too much of a fucking fly in the ointment for people. But him and Vosh are like controlled opposition. Uncontrolled opposition? I don't know. I think like Destiny certainly is. But they're like literally what I would make in a mold if I wanted people to be turned off by going any further left than center right. It would be people like that. They just seem like they're designed to be repugnant and have no value. And I can't really get past that. You know what I mean? I don't know what the next step is for their, like, what the justification is for their value. What is, Vosh does Trump bad content now, and that's how he stays alive. Trump is making another thing happen, and that's bad. You know, doesn't know shit about shit. There's alternatives. And when you go to the thing that's actually like unique to them, that people are like, this is what really draws me, it's always just they're a fucking pervert. Crazy, like they're a pervert. So anyway, I think this is the thing. So this is my deal. This is what I think I'm going to do this as an apology every time I have to cover a Destiny from now on. And this is a statement I wrote about what's happening. Okay? Can I get that? Destiny, unfortunately, still alive. To my attendant, comrades, compatriots, and all others assembled, it is my great displeasure to announce on this, the 9th day of July, 2025, that Stephen Kenneth Bennell Jr., also known by his internet sobriquet, Destiny, is still alive. We live in an era of great inequity, of profane human rights abuses, and the slow drip death of rights for common folk of every color and tradition. In such inauspicious circumstances, it is easy to see... Okay, I guess I have to redo this. You guys are killing me with donating while I'm doing a speech. I'm going to restart it. All Steven has is an audience. For $2 from Isaac S. Thank you. New Jersey Ranger 201, super chat at $9.99. It stands for trying to gotcha one of the conservatives calling him out, finding a tweet of the dude making fun of the wildfires. Problem isn't that admitting that his jokes were also in bad taste? It's rules for thee and not for me. I don't know what the fucking good of it is. It's just like it's attempting to find hypocrisy all the time as though that will do anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, wow, you did this, curious, but somebody else did it too. So now, like, I can't be in trouble. You know, like you said this thing, but I also said this thing. So like, I guess neither of it. Like, what is the own? I don't care. Yeah, don't do the bad thing. Just stop. Who are you to tell me not to do it? I don't know. Me. You know what I mean? I'm gonna restart this. Nobody donate any money. Destiny, unfortunately, still alive. To my attendant comrades, compatriots, and all those others assembled, it is my great displeasure to announce on this, the 9th day of July, 2025, that Stephen Kenneth Bennell Jr., also known by his internet sobriquet, Destiny, is still alive. We live in an era of great iniquity, of profane human rights abuses, and the slow drip death of rights for common folk of every color and tradition. In such inauspicious circumstances, it is easy to see this meager injustice as just another pebble on a beach of sorrows, a thing that pales in comparison to the horrors about it. Still, many of you, and I myself, understand the unique sting of this insult to common humanity. Against the risk of beleaguering our collective hearts, I will not mention the period of time between now and my most recent announcement of this ongoing misfortune. Simply, I shall repeat, it is a great pain and wondrous misery that in a world of fine people being powder ground beneath the heels of fascism, of good mothers and fathers bereaving their mangled children, of the hard-working and ever-striving masses going abused and underpaid and underappreciated, that every undeserved breath destiny draws is an insult to our very existence. In a world where people have shown the courage to risk their livelihood to stand up to their oppressors, to risk their freedom to fight the masked Gestapo snatching their neighbors off the street, to risk their lives giving aid and succor to the wounded, dying, and deprived, that destiny does not too possess the courage to put a period at the end of the misbegotten, existential grammatical error that is the story of his life. It is my hope that this will be the last time I deliver this address, but as a man of pragmatic disposition, I cannot say it is also my belief. This matter is out of our hands, and should not be taken into such, as it should be a sign of the divine, Abrahamic, pagan, or otherwise, even simple mathematical fortune, that delivers the remedy unto us. And so I repeat, in mourning, the unfortunate truth of this day. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell Jr. still lives, and we are all the worse off for it. Ladies, gentlemen, and all others gathered, may whatever God guide thee, light thy way in prosperity, and deliver you from all other such evils. Thank you for your time. You might have to remind me, but every time we cover Steve Bonnell from now on, I'm going to read that. Every time. Who wrote this? I wrote it, you fucking ding dong. Obviously. The fuck? How dare you? So that's my little speech that I'm going to do. I wrote that today before I went to the gym. And I guess I'm just going to update the date every time and just say it because it's fucking irritating. I like, there's only so much you can say about the guy. And that's it. That's actually the coverage. That was actually the whole segment was that. Destiny, unfortunately, still alive. God damn it. End segment, I guess. Oh my God. Okay. Some big Miami Delenda-esque energy. There's a reason that they keep having more hurricanes. F in chat for Earth. Oh my God. Okay. Should I just hop into the next segment? I think I will. No, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tyler's 3 bunnies in a trench coat. It'd have to be at least 4. Or very, very big bunnies. This is Eisenhower's speech at Overlord tier of Manifesto. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. Shadiversity is a guy on the internet. Shadiversity needs no introduction, but we'll give him one anyway. There's a lot of Shad stuff to catch up on. I feel like it's gonna be Shad Boy Summer, right? I've been starting to pay more attention. I've got to like do some of the people that I was watching Anthony Gramuglia last night. We'll boil it down, and he's like tapped into some cultural lolcows is the only way to describe it, that are kind of just beyond imagination cringe. Like, and it really is kind of in my fucking wheelhouse. And I want to start fucking these guys up too, because they also still talk politics. So yeah, I need to start getting on some Mauler content and shit. What in the fuck? Why is that is that a video that's playing? Oh my god, it is. What the I hope you guys haven't heard that the whole time. What the fuck? But yeah, I was watching him. Gramuglia was watching him. Shadiversity attempt to eventually, at some point down the line, ultimately talk about the new Superman movie. 2 Doritos in one day. I am hungry. That's why I'm drinking my fucking lunch. And it was pretty cringe, and the people he was talking to were also very cringe. But that, and then there's also just a bunch of Shadiversity catch-up shit. I've got to figure out what the fuck has been going on with this guy for a while. And I feel like there's a very real possibility between him, Quartering, and a few of these other guys that we might actually get to see the death of a Gamergate 2 group of individuals, right? We're going to preside over the fucking career annihilation of some of the worst people that have ever like made content online. I'm very fucking excited for it. I'm hype. I'm hype. I like it when bad things happen to bad people. As evidenced by my Destiny speech. While they were talking, last night, Shad was trying to make outroads towards fucking pirate software of all people. Like, oh yes, this reminds me of the Stop Killing Games initiative. You know, like, oh fuck no, dude. And pirate software being dogpiled by haters. Oh fuck yes. Yes, I'm fucking excited. Did you see card posting is going to stay going on Kiwi Farms? Okay, based. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. I still am going to go on Kiwi Farms. I'm not going to participate in the culture, but I'm going to steal the information they have in order to attack my enemies. Like, what the fuck? Dude, Kiwi Farms is a fucking resource. Understand that. Even they know it. They're like, damn, our persistent hoarding of content against all of the people that we don't like is actually kind of like an incredibly preserved and like long-lived archive of attack material against like random internet dickheads. If you had an enemy and we disliked them for a second, you can probably find all sorts of shit on here, and you can understand that. Like, it's a repository of information on all sorts of assholes. You want to fucking find out crazy shit about Destiny that I haven't even brought up? They've been talking about Destiny since 2017. They've been cataloging him, all of his shit. Same with a lot of other motherfuckers. You're like, they harassed Keffals, which first off, can't say that's an L take. Being transphobic to Keffals, bad. Being mean to Keffals for every other possible reason, pretty fucking based, actually. So if you want to like know like the dark secrets of fucking anybody, by dark secrets I mean shit that people said and then tried to delete real quick, all of that shit's on fucking Kiwi Farms. All of it. You got fucking history going back. Nick Fuentes, you want to know everything about Nick Fuentes? It's on Kiwi Farms. Killstream, Nick the Oreo, you don't like Turkey Tom? Turkey Tom started on Kiwi Farms. You can see Turkey Tom's entire fucking career on Kiwi Farms. And them talking about him and him going on Kiwi Farms and saying racist shit. I think that was him. All that shit's on there. Like, dude, it's a resource. Hating kiwi farms because you're like, I don't know, you're good, I guess. You think you're too good for something. It's like being mad at guns when you're in the middle of a war. Like, it's the tool of our enemy. You're not Batman, okay? You're not even Commissioner Gordon. You're one of the fucking beat cops, and the fucking Joker army is coming down the street. Just pick up a fucking strap and get ready to fight. I don't know what happened, but since the last time we covered him, Shadiversity YouTube has been filled with members-only videos. That's very funny. He got. Is he even hanging with Mahler? I think they sussed him out as lame. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta actually get into these motherfuckers. I gotta start figuring them out. Ratman Jeff, super chat, $2. Watching Tyler and playing RimWorld. Life is good. Based. I fucking feel like I missed a conversational point here, but I can't see it. Either way, Shadiversity is a guy on the internet. Okay, this is the segment. Shadiversity needs no introduction, but I'm gonna give him one anyway. Okay, failed, if even attempted. Historical European martial arts aficionado. I don't want to say expert because that's not true. He's a chubby racist from Australia that thinks he can sword fight and calls himself a trained sword fighter, which he just exists at a perfect Goldilocks zone on the internet of that not being so fucking embarrassing that people laughing at him about it killed him. You couldn't do that in the 90s. In the night, well, you could, but you would be what we had back in the day. Instead of like lolcows, you would be a Jerry Springer guest. That's what we used to have. Instead of lolcows, you would be a guest on Jerry Springer. And they go, this Australian man says he's a trained sword fighter, but we've brought in at least two 5-foot tall women from the U.S. national fencing team to see just how good he is. Like, I would normally not raise my blade against a woman. And the girl's just like, I'm here to kill you. You just watch some chubby fuck get the shit kicked out of him. He's on between the guy that got breast implants for shits and giggles and shines lights through them, and not the father 15, actually the father this time. Like, that's what it used to be. That's what Shadiversity actually is, especially anybody that's my age. If you're trying to like, what really is this guy? This guy is a person who is too good on video to be wasted on Howard Stern, but would absolutely have a place being roasted for a few weeks on Howard Stern. That's who Shadiversity is, okay? He's a charlatan. He's a fucking idiot. And he's a guy whose entire existence online revolves around a sport he is too fat and out of shape to participate in. So he is just a fucking lolcow of epic proportions. He's also a guy that fancies himself as some sort of artist. His brother Jazza is an artist on YouTube who also engages with AI stuff, but actually can draw on his own a little bit at least, and has a much larger channel. Shadiversity thinks he's creative, and he sucks at making pretty much every creative thing he does because he doesn't have any self-awareness. And he's also, a bigot and kind of fucking stupid. I gotta slow down with the insults because I'll just never stop. His AI adventure is basically the death knell of his channel. It started about 2 years ago. It was one of the first videos I ever made on this channel, was talking shit about him. And like one of the third was talking shit about him using AI to make what was the most obvious fucking gooner fat material I've ever seen in my life. And then editing his fucking wife's face onto it with Photoshop, which is just a thing a guy did on the internet one time. It was all I can say. Since then, his career has plummeted. You can't even get Shadiversity defenders anymore in comment sections. When I first started making videos on him, I would have all sorts of people's unfucking attended children coming into my comment section and saying crazy stupid shit like, you wouldn't fight him, you wouldn't stand 10 seconds in a duel with him. And I'm like, I would do it. I'd consider fighting him with swords and no armor on. I'd hit him with that fucking Yochimaru shit, fucking or whatever his name is from Tekken. I'd do the fucking spin stab. But no, he's a stupid dickhead, right? The AI shit has been fucking him up, and recently there was a court decision that was handed down that is actually unfathomably bad for AI. It's actually crazy, but it feels like it's good for 2 seconds. Now, one of Shadiversity's biggest issues, one of the biggest reasons he's a lolcow in the art space, aside from the AI, is that the guy doesn't know how to read. He has no reading comprehension at all. He's unfathomably fucking stupid and refuses to reach it. He's like a guy that he does the commentary community thing. It's just pretty standard conservative deal. He just looks for a sentence that he thinks confirms his point. He goes, oh, right there. Right there. That's it. That's it. And then he just hyperfixates on it and then bloviates and then never fucking takes any criticism or talks to anyone about it and surrounds himself with sycophants so that no one can effectively point out in a way that he has to come to account for it how fucking wrong he is. That brings us to our tweet of the day. This is Shaddy, Big Baddie. It's making me think of Patty the Baddie. Fucking Scousers don't get knocked out. Scousers don't get knocked out. Shaddy the Baddie. Aussies do get knocked out. Yeah, if you don't watch fucking, if you're not into like behind the scenes MMA shit, you have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Ooh, man. This is a Shad tweet from June 24th, 2025. A court has just ruled that training data for AI is fair use. I've only been saying this for over 2 years. Bro, come on. Here's my old video, sound on, where I said this, and it looks like I was absolutely correct. I'm not doing that for the rest of the time. Do you think I'm going to get an apology from all the people saying I was a slur? He's also, this guy, he's really trying to get it. Do Australians even say the R slur? You guys are like, Australians are generally pretty based. I've seen a bunch of Aussie fucking comedians and stand-up. I don't think I've seen that. Because you guys sound stupid when you say it. Understand, like the A-R-D, Australian accent sounds fucking awful to say that. With American accent, it's arded, right? Which is kind of funny. Added. Right? It's like that. But you're like, arted. I heard him say that. I heard him say that on the stream last night. He said the R slur. And when he says it, the way you Aussies sound when you pronounce it, it's like you're talking about some sort of frilly lady's undergarment. I'm not going to say the R-E part, but tarted. With tart. Even that, I was just trying to say it without that. But like, it just sounds stupid as shit. Like you non-Americans got to stop saying it. Because you sound fucking dumb as shit. Just do one of your other... Make up your own fucking words, okay? Stop getting all of your talking points from, like, I guess Destiny? I don't know who the fuck you people listen to over here. You sound stupid as fuck. Stop saying motherfucker. All Anglos, not the Irish. Motherfucker. The Irish say motherfucker beautifully. They say it like a creamy cup of coffee. I love the Irish. I will always love the Irish, all right? Fuck yes, Ireland. All the rest of you have to stop saying motherfucker. You can't do it. It isn't in you. You're too colonial. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Canadians, you know you're all right. You're based. Canadians, you can. All the rest of y'all, you gotta cut it out. You gotta cut it out. Motherfucker. All these motherfuckers. Bro. Like, do you not hear what you sound like when you try to use our curse words? Just say whatever British shit. Oh, he's a bit of flim-flam, isn't he? Right? Isn't that what you people say? Oh, what a fish head. Oh, he's an eel's belly, he is. There you go. Like, do that whatever the fuck that is, okay? Oi, take a Captain Cook at that. Oh, you stop being such a Gina Reinhardt. There you go, right? You're such a Gina Reinhardt about everything. God, well, you write poems like Gina fucking Reinhardt. Do that. But stop saying our slurs at all. Not even just because they're bad. That's a better reason to not say them. Stop saying them because you guys sound stupid as fuck. You sound dumb as shit. Stop trying to sound like American. Make up your own slurs, okay? It's time to become a little post-colonial. Say some wackadoo, goofy shit from wherever the fuck you're from, all right? Oh, he's such a kangaroo pouch. You little gillabilly. Whatever the fuck that is. Oh, mate. I'll tell you what. He's a ruffled cap, he is. The good thing about Irish is they also sound bad if they say the R slur. They can't do it either, but you know if you hear the R slur from an Irish, you know if they're Protestant. That's a joke for two people. But maybe they laughed. Very funny. Either way. I've only been saying this to do you think I'm blank and wrong and didn't know what I was talking about? Many accused me of lying and attacked and slandered me for pointing out the truth. Why does he writes like such a 3-year-old? That's crazy. This is some video. I think I've seen this one. Baseline art image. Digital distribution. We got noise going on here. Whatever. Here are the details. Anthropic won on the grounds of fair use. They didn't really win. For using copyrighted books in the training data without the author's permission, so long as they obtain those books legally, which in Anthropic case, some of the books were pirated and they will be tried for that. Which is not a win. It's not a win. It is crazy not a win. All right, what this says. Which in Anthropic, some of the books that are tried for that, but this is exactly what I said in my video. So long as anyone legally obtains the copyrighted material, they can then use it in any legal capacity, which absolutely includes fair used under the law. God, you are so fucking... I really get... Shad, if you're watching this, shut up, you fucking foreigner. You fat-faced, fucking fish-belly foreign fuck. Stop pretending like you know U.S. law, all right? I will eat you alive. AI wins big on fair use, but judge slams the brake on piracy and landmark Anthropic copyright ruling. So first off, this isn't the end of the day. It's a federal judge, so it's not the most important, and it might go all the way up to the tippity top. What this establishes, first off, is that any non-legally obtained material is not okay to use. I think is the way that the judge worded it, and I read this a little bit somewhere else. Essentially, what you have to do is purchase the whole fucking book and then feed it into the thing page by page, and you have to have a receipt for it. Everything that's under any sort of license that says don't use, anything that says don't use this for any other fucking purpose, or that is licensed and not for sale. You buy a license and the license says don't put it into anything. All of that is illegal. All of the things that would not fall underneath use is illegal. Anything that they took and didn't put in there is illegal, which you can now apply to everyone else. And more than likely, the authors that are involved in this are going to fight it. And as it gets a little bit higher and higher, they might win. Do you know what I mean? Like, because AI is hated by everybody. If you guys didn't know this, it was in the big beautiful bill that no state or local lawmakers could make fucking laws about AI for 10 years. Of all of the shit, of all of the Republican pork that was in that fucking bill, that got cut out. Because people were threatening to fucking murder politicians. like their own constituents. They're normally like, what do you mean I can't? But I want the state to be able to pass any law. Like, what do you mean federal oversight over states gets bigger for 10 years? People hate AI. It's bad. Here's the other thing. The Berne Convention. What constitutes fair use or an applicable license in America does not necessarily constitute fair use and applicable license overseas. Now, that matters if you're actually overseas. So if you sell your product everywhere, you can also get sued for it, right? So if you try to use someone else's material in a different country, now the different type of licensing is going to come into you, and you're going to have to prove all of it, by the way. Which means you're opening yourself up to basically anyone saying, like, you have to prove, if you have this machine, you have to prove that everything in it was obtained legally. You have to buy every book that gets put into it. That's what they said. You have to buy it. You have to buy the book, legally obtained. You can't just download shit off the internet. You have to have a use license or ownership of the item in order to use it. So, like, I think that this is underneath the, that I haven't looked it up, but I was looking at so much of this stuff for fair use. I think this is the VCR Copying and Recording Act or whatever the hell. It's 1990s, and then it's probably also the thing with the, what's it, Catcher in the Rye, that author's memoirs deal, which is a whole deal. You can't publish on, the fair use doesn't apply to unpublished works by a court order, and then they had to pass a whole law to say, no, it does. So it's this whole fucking thing. So anything that they obtained illegally, they can get hit for. And understand, they have to provide a list. They have to provide a list. Because if you say, I got everything that I have in here legally, well, you have to prove what you have. You're going to have a manifest. So first off, you're going to have to manifest your training data. And everything that you didn't fucking buy, you're now culpable for use, for a copyright violation. So they're getting hit with a fuckload of copyright violations. An insane amount. 2 is a lot. 2 is too many for most people. 3 is probably career ruining. 5, 6, 7, 10, 25, 35. Matt Haas sued fucking Ethan Klein for like $1 million. So I can't remember the exact amount. It was a lot of money was on the line. A lot of it. Okay? And you have to remove it permanently. It's gone. Okay? And there's issues with anything that's obtained via the internet. The DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, can also have other issues with it. And those can be essentially, if they get hit with a DMCA claim, which is not just on a button on YouTube, it's a fucking law in America. If you make a DMCA claim against somebody and they try to refute that claim, and then you say, no, it's not, and then this judge just said, no, those aren't fair use, you could be guilty of perjury. Do you understand? Like, especially if they'll look at that statement, and if you lied, then you'll face like possibly I think it's a felony, like felony 4, like a low-level felony, very high-level misdemeanor, depending on the thing. And it's also perjury, which is bad to do in general. So, like, they actually opened this company up to significant invasion of their corporate office and their corporate body in general. Like, because now the judge said, no, you have to prove all of it, everything. And that's what we call, fucking, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. That's a persuasive precedent. At minimum, anyone else that wants to sue an AI company for any fucking reason relative to this now can use this as a persuasive precedent. Okay, Your Honor, I want to make sure that I have a reasonable suspicion that some of the ways that this thing turns out information are based on my original property. I want them to show me that they did not obtain illegally any of my actual property and use it to train this model. And I want to see everything that they did use to use it. Like, that's what has been opened. That is the reason that AI companies were like, local laws no local places in America can pass a law. Disney is fucking them. I said this was going to happen years ago. Disney, the mouse has arrived. It is a lumbering demon that's lumbers ever toward Bethlehem. It is a Leviathan. And it's here now because they do all their fucking work. It's money. Fuck Caravan. Money when you need with your bitch and your boy and your son and the pot and the money, kink. Like, that's what it is. Dude, it's fucking not a win. It's so not a win that this could be, this first off isn't necessarily going to stay this way. Understand that. The federal judge is going to be probably seeing the case, you know, at the federal level, right? So it's the state, the country's laws. Both parties are going to have a vested interest in pushing this to the next level and going all the way up to the Supremes, right? And when you get to the Supremes, it becomes high dollar shit. And if they choose, if it goes with the Supreme Court, and there's arguments that could be made where it's like, well, if I purchase Disney movies and I feed them into my machine, I can have Disney. Disney company will come out of the fucking woodwork and be like, I'm going to pay for you. This is a gun. And you're going to put it against their head and you're going to pull the trigger, okay? Don't worry about the judges. I've paid for the 4 that belong to my friend and the one that doesn't. Like, it did, like, understand, when you said I can buy something and then I can put it into an AI and then switch it and it becomes mine, every IP controlling company on Earth is now at threat. Universal Music Group is under threat. Disney is under threat. Fox is under threat. All of them. You've actually managed, these AI issues have actually managed to create a wedge between capitalists. It's crazy, which is always going to happen. Ultimately, this is what real late stage capitalism is when you finally get to the end, who really is the owner of owners? That's what we get to, right? And that's where we are now. Who is the owner of owners? And these tech guys are bigger than me, and they're bigger than you, and they're bigger than artists who have been whining and bitching and moaning. But most of the artists are whining and bitching and moaning because they've already been being fucking raked over the coals and fucking exploited by these other companies that have built over 100 years worth of wealth on the back of fucking underpaid artists. Disney, Fox, fucking TriStar, whatever the fuck, UMG, goddamn Def Jam Records, right? All of these big corporate fucking entities, some of which contain 60, I think Disney now, or a couple years, I don't know if they broke it up, but they were like Disney owned for at least that time, unless they got broken up since, 60% of all copyrighted created material that has been like sold, period. Like 60% of all of the marketable material, right? That's like, I'm not 60% of all copyrights because that's impossible to check because of the way the copyright's established. But basically, the stuff that's like for sale, they own 60% of it. So that's like who you're attacking. It's collectivism, but instead of artists, it's collectivism of owners, right? And now you're trying to steal from them. And they're going to have a vested interest in fucking with you. As a matter of fact, there was a fucking thing handed down by, I'll just read this Disney one real quick. Disney wins lawsuit. Gina Carano scores victory against Disney. Copyright infringement lawsuit over Moana. Oh, that's old school. Dude, Disney is in so many lawsuits that these are like the first 5 turn downs are like stuff that AI or did they even win? Sued. Okay. This is June. Okay, so this is one thing. Disney and Universal sue AI firm for copying characters with no license by Tor Constantino, MBA contributor. Thank you, Forbes. This is a Forbes. Disney and Universal filed a joint copyright infringement suit Wednesday against Midjourney, one of the most widely used generative AI platforms. The complaint, filed in Cali, alleges that Midjourney knowingly trained its AI models on copyrighted film stills and character images without permission. It notes that the resulting outputs that users produce are very similar to copyrighted character content. What's at stake here isn't just the retroactive damages or royalty reimbursements, which would be okay, I don't have this up here. So one thing that can happen, there's rules to what happens in law, and they get real fuzzy when big money and big law firms get involved in it. They start fucking looking up old books. But one of the things that you can get is speculative damages, right? this was a thing. I can't remember exactly if it's still around, but when Napster got shut down by Lars Ulrich and all these guys, right, back in the day, they went for speculative damages. So what they said was the damages against them were in like the billions of dollars. And the thing that they did was, with the accounting, was they said not just the record sales, but because you could use Napster to make ringtones, and we sell ringtones, that because of that, every ringtone that we could speculate we would have sold otherwise, you caused damage on that, right? I can't remember if they actually gave it to them, but this is how they start doing this accounting. These companies slit throats. This is how they stay alive. Understand? When you talk about the mouse fucking someone up at a kid's Christmas party or whatever the fuck, they have to, because if they stop for a second, things can slip. And once things slip, they might lose control of their IP. And if they lose control of their IP, the company's fucking done. It's toast, right? If you can get Disney from anyone outside of the Disney monopoly, then you don't have a Disney monopoly anymore, and Disney isn't Disney. Disney needs to be Disney. Disney controls what it owns, and the mouse fucking walks around with a goddamn 9 under his fucking suit jacket at all times. They do not fuck around. So when you start talking about lost revenue, right? Every single person that used Midjourney to make a video looking like a Pixar character and they made money online, they might not get hit themselves, but you provided them the ability to bypass our licensing that they could have paid for or should have paid for to create that. Every time you replicated something and you used our trademark, and it wasn't in the case of like, and trademark is crazy, by the way. Understand this. Every person that's ever talked about copyright and fair use and shit online, none of your people that get pissy about this Dark Viper AU, none of them talk about trademark. Trademark is a different world entirely. And trademark doesn't fall under fair use the same way everything else does. It does, but trademark is completely different. Trademark is not copyright. They sound the same because you're stupid. You never look this shit up. You just say words. Trademark are literally the trademarks, going back into the past, of companies, right? So like the PepsiCo logo, it's a trademarked logo, but also the Pepsi colors next to each other are trademarked. Also, Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola font is trademarked. The Coca-Cola colors next to each other are trademarked. Coca-Cola being said, Coca-Cola is trademarked, not copyrighted, trademarked, right? Because it's literally, if you go all the way back to when guilds were around, that trade would mark things with their mark in order to know that it's theirs, right? So we're from the Farriers Guild. We're from the fucking box makers guild. We're from the fucking Teamsters this. They would have stamps and shit, and they would pachunk. We still have those things. You see the union stamp on stuff. Literal trademark. Those trademarks cannot be infringed because it will cause irreparable damage to the company, because now you're making money off of my trademark, right? That is my shit. And there are aspects of Disney that are trademark. You can still infringe in cases of fair use, but it has to be parody. It has to be making fun of them. It has to be, lampooning. It has to be so substantially different in use that no one could think you're trying to make a Disney film, because Disney will fuck you up. Now, could I do that to Disney if they infringed on what I said was my trademark? Oh, I could try to sue them. I could try. But you can also go out and try to punch a mountain into dust. Literally, you could do it if you had a billion years, but no. Now, if I make something that infringes on Disney's trademark, what will that look like for me? Imagine what the last dinosaur before the meteor hit saw as it was coming at them. It's a matter of scale and war chest, and that is what Disney does. Disney's trademark, I don't know if Kill Mickey, yeah, there he is. He's already here. Kill Mickey Mouse is in the fucking thing. He hates these guys. And I think he's the one that taught me this. If you ever notice, Mickey's ears are always like this, no matter what direction. You can't draw a mouse on screen that does that like that. That's what's actually trademarked whenever he moves in his ears. So you're legally distinct from the original, has to have ears that are like attached or different, because that's that shape, that 3 circles of Disney is the Mickey Mouse shape. You can't infringe on that trademark. That Mickey Mouse head is theirs. They'll fucking kill you over it. And if they can't get you, they'll get platforms that let you do it. And it takes them forever. They don't miss. These law firms that work for places like Disney are what you would call like a retained law firm. I think even for Disney, they might own the law firm. It might be like Disney Law. I don't know specifically. I should probably like look through here, but according to, I think Disney, yeah. So I think they have in-house legal. So like they have a legal department, right? They have lawyers that live and work in Disney. Disney Law Incorporated. They don't do anything all day but hunt. And when they find something, they respond with appropriate and then some force, right? Small little thing. Okay, cool. Company the size of Midjourney, a government subsidized CIA op, right? Born from the ChatGPT Palantir facial recognition systems, treated with all due respect and courtesy one has to give the military-industrial complex, what with it being the little brother to something like Disney. They got their shit in order, and now they're going to try to fuck them. And even if they win, Disney's coming back. Because this is a loss that Disney can't accept. Disney cannot let you make free fucking replacements for Disney properties. Now, if Disney wants to try to replace its own workers and stuff, Disney doesn't give a shit about that. Disney will fight tooth and nail. But Disney has met something that is trying to become the new predator in the area. And Disney can't tolerate that. They cannot permit it. And they're going to have to get in there and they're going to have to win. And they're going to have to basically change everything about how these systems operate or they're going to face destruction. This is a life or death battle. If anybody can go and make a rip-off Peter Pan that looks like Peter Pan, who's trademarked, the Peter Pan, trademarked. Like the one from Disney's trademarked. You can do Peter Pan's, that's like, you're like, oh no, Peter Pan's fucking, that's fucking, what do you call that? Open use, open source or whatever the fuck now. Public domain. That is Peter Pan's red-haired with the feather in the hat, the little fucking, the piss cover. Nope, that is copyrighted. Tinkerbell, the fucking whole shape of her, the way that she's drawn, the way that she's depicted, all of that sort of stuff, fucking trademarked. I think Tinkerbell's literally, her whole shape from like probably every silhouetted angle is trademarked because it's part of the whole thing. The Disney Castle, trademarked. I might get fucking cracked for that. Trademarked song, right? Because it's part of their fucking logo when they introduce it. You can use aspects of these things to make fun of them, but if you're ever like, why don't people make fun of Disney more often? Why don't I see people streaming more games that have like Disney characters in them? Why don't I see people talking about Disney movies more often? It's because Disney will fucking come after you, even if they're in the wrong. Because that's all they have to do. That's what their existence, to quote, like, I misquote Eisner a little bit from back in the day, is not anymore to make good shit. If that happens, it's an accident. The purpose of Disney is to make money off of what's already there. Disney puts out reruns, they remake, because they can make infinite money from the infinite money printer. Disney adults are a cash cow. If you fuck with getting access to Disney adults or the trademark of Disney on Disney, then you've got to get got. like you're in gangster territory. Ooh, excuse me. Are you the ghost of Kijev's brother? I don't know what that means. The whole shape of her preference detected. Whole shape of her preference. Oh, okay. Disney lives in its own family world setting, even when they do mature rated and R-rated material for shows and movies. I think the movie Heat was helped make by Disney when in reality, well, if you go to Disney Studios, they got all kinds of stuff there, but they won't put the Disney logo on it. It'll be subsidiary, whatever the fuck. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts playthroughs, but that's about it. There's a bunch of other games out there too. They went after the dudes that did the Pooh horror movie to make sure Pooh didn't have a red shirt or Tigger. Yes, exactly. Like they're in it. That's all they have to do. That's all they have to do. So like this is a very significant thing. Understand. This coupled with the other ruling would probably kill most of these things. Because understand too, it might permit another AI company to start up down the road, but the ones that are on the hook for this, if they committed trademark infringement, they could be liable for damages. Especially wherever there was a fucking warning letter sent, but also people were saying like that's probably trademark infringement from the get-go. So any damages down the line that Disney can imagine, the Disney Imagineers, but now they just imagine damages. They can go after, they can ask the judge for whatever the fuck they want. They could ask for damages in the trillions of dollars. They could ask for damages and like say, I think that there's damages coming that are probably worth like $1.5 trillion. Like just weird, and the judge would be like, yeah, that accounting makes fucking sense because these guys brought in like 60 fucking boxes worth of paper to articulate to the fucking degree how much every fucking like knockoff 3D printed fucking almost not quite a Nemo cost. It's nuts. And they'll fucking go. And understand, every other country has this too. like I don't know, what is it, RHK or whatever the fuck in Japan, you know, they own fucking Ghibli stuff, or maybe just Ghibli does. Ghibli could go after them too. I think Disney owns the rights to fucking Ghibli stuff, or the license rights to Ghibli stuff in America anyway. So all the Ghibli shit that popped out of there too, that fucking dipshit was so fucking happy about, all that would be reason to attack. Posters that don't get sold, people are selling like, oh, is that you sold a gift card that somebody used ChatGPT to print up like a little Pixar knockoff Ratatouille, like, wow, we're really ratting it up on your 13th birthday. Like, oh, thanks, Mom. Did you make this with ChatGPT? It's good to know that you don't love me. That's fucking cool. Like, that kind of shit, all that kind of shit, man, they can be like, I think that we lost money on that. Oh, it's like $5. Yep, that's $5 times every time it happened, plus everything else. And they just chip damage you like crazy. It's like one of those things hits, and you're like, okay, tink, 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 like that's 5, 5, 5, and then it just keeps happening. Fucking like literally getting hit with a road roller from fucking JoJo. But it's like instead of like one, it's the Disney logo, right? Based. I'm gonna read a little bit more of this one. What's at stake here isn't just retroactive damages or royalty reimbursements, according to Ilana. Real concern is forward-looking. I think Disney and Universal's major concern is not the licensing fees and royalties they've missed out on from Journey's training datasets, although they will get those, but rather Midjourney's soon-to-be-released commercial AI video service. In other words, this isn't just about Mickey Mouse showing up on a knockoff poster, it's about synthetic video fakes. Less worried about training, more worried about AI outputs. Midjourney's AI models currently generate static images, but the company's been promising a text-to-video upgrade that could generate full-motion scenes. This legal action confirms that the movie studios aren't waiting to see if those synthetic reels might mirror their IP. Their complaint for copyright infringement seeks an injunction, not only, Midjourney's image generation service, but also of the forthcoming video generation service. Wow, dude, do we have a fucking response to that? The studio's complaint even concludes side-by-side comparisons of model outputs and iconic animated film stills, some of which are virtually indistinguishable to the untrained eye. One sample from the actual legal document is provided below to clearly display the core issue of the lawsuit. Midjourney output, Disney's copyrighted characters, right? Transformative defense meets its AI match. Until now, generative AI companies have often leaned on the idea of transformative use under fair use doctrine. That is, if an output changes the source material with some type of novel addition, it might not violate the copyright on the original, but the suit could punch a gaping hole in that argument. This lawsuit fundamentally breaks the transformative defense, says Dr. Mani Ahmed, founder and CEO of Open Origins, a firm focused on content authenticity. Most lawsuits are focused on copyright infringement from content scraping and AI model training, where this lawsuit targets the reproduction of copyrighted material by a model. Fuck, I love you, Disney. Don't, This is a critical distinction. Rather than arguing whether the model scraped copyrighted images, Disney and Universal are highlighting what AI can produce after the training. Based on the details listed in the filing, the movie creatives are more interested in what the AI model can produce once trained and less interested in the copyrighted materials used for the training. This is a significant shift that could be a watermark moment regarding how the courts handle infringement cases going forward. Wow. One of the murkiest aspects of IP law regarding AI involves style. Examples of the content are the unique stylistic renderings, the characters on The Simpsons, and the distinct look and style of the movies from Studio Ghibli. The question is, can an AI model mimic the artistic style of a movie without using exact characters? If so, what is the generated content protected? Dr. Edmond pointed out that this case might broaden the legal conversation. What remains to be seen is whether the argument being made by Disney and NBC Universal will be applied to styles and not just distinctly identifiable characters / IP assets. If it does, this would impose even broader restrictions on the outputs of these models. If that happens, generative AI firms may have to navigate a minefield of visual boundaries, and not just around iconic characters like Elsa or Shrek, but around entire cinematic aesthetics. Based. I'll take that. What Midjourney could and should have done to avoid AI AP angst. Midjourney may have a point. It's difficult to know the provenance of the millions of images and its diffusion models are trained on. Whoops. But that's not an excuse for failing to implement safeguards post-training after learning the models can create outputs that likely infringe on copyrighted works. Why Midjourney did not implement those safeguards before deployment is baffling to me. It's because they wanted to steal. What happens next? Even if Midjourney settles or wins this case, broader AI industry will need to reckon with its implications. According to Ahmed, the suit underscores a growing appetite for clear boundaries and legal consequences when it comes to reproduction of high-value IP. Having clarity around what uses are restricted would also give rights holders greater confidence in licensing their content for training, he said. That clarity may be coming through court orders rather than negotiation tables for now. But either way, the message is clear. AI companies that overlook copyright concerns may find themselves cast in a very expensive sequel. Yeah, let's see. How fuck, dude, this filing is long as shit. And I mean, you're boogered. You're boogered with that. Right? Because here's the thing. Like, Midjourney and stuff, they do not learn. They're not trained like an artist, right? Because, yeah, I could use my computer to draw this. This isn't made out of an idea. This is made out of stolen stuff that's just basically, like, repurposed and re-put together. That's what it is. It looks exactly the same because this image is made out of a bunch of these images from the movie and then a few other things thrown in. Literally pulled apart like fucking mosaic tiles and put back together. So you're actually still just using the images. You're just overlaying them as dust 1,000 times with other things in order to try to create a sense of randomness to it. But like, that's the thing. In this case, because there's also no human intervention and no new copyright is created because a human, that's an established law of copyright. Only a human can create something that makes a copy. That makes a copyright. That's the 8 photo. 8 photo precedent. Because of that, like, none of this stuff is copyrighted. None of these are, right? So they're just infringing because they're not an act of creation. Fair use, and this is the crazy thing about how law works, right? And this is where you're gonna get lost. You're done at this point, and you just gotta let whatever the lawyers are gonna say is what they're gonna say. There comes a point where you talk about jurisprudence, right? So I can kind of talk to you about the civics level of stuff. This is civic stuff. After that is jurisprudence. So the decisions that have been made in law are like precedent, right? And the laws themselves are laws. They're put down by the legislative body. The judicial body oversees the executive body's, execution of them and sees whether or not people outside of the government itself have come afoul between each other or of the government. Hey, does this follow the letter of the law? Da-da-da-da. These questions are so novel that you're probably going to see judges having to refer to jurisprudence, right? Jurisprudence aren't laws. They are reasons for decisions behind laws. The reason for fair use is not to permit people to infringe on other people's copyright. It is not a negative right. It's a positive right or whatever. Why the fuck? Libertarians die. Why the fuck did I say those words? It is fair use is to create maximum potential for an individual to be able to make their own copyrighted work in a increasingly filled up space that might have stuff that already exists within it by either referencing or talking about other creative things. It's to promote additional conversation between human beings, which is why one of the biggest things is copyright is like it has to be made by a person. You don't make anything with AI. You really don't, because you can't predict the result. You can make mistakes in other programs, but AI, when the thing comes out, it's because something else randomized a series of stolen images and text and whatever, and then it makes a thing that you are experiencing for the first time on the other side, right? Like, you could try to make a bunch of different arguments, but the thing is like, it's not a tool. It's a combination engine, right? It does not do things that are like actually existential outside of this. This is going to get into jurisprudence. Trust me. You're like, Tyler, this is not a good argument because I'm a fucking AI fiend. Trust me. I'm fucking eating you alive right now. So what you have is, you can try to say like, I closed my eyes and turned away and I took a picture with a camera. It's like, yeah, but like you own that, but it doesn't involve anybody else. There's still rules that fall into place relative to the use of that. But also, you intended to set that camera up to take a random image. You got literally what you bargained for out of the creative experience. You did the thing. With AI, it's just stolen shit. You have no idea what's going to come out of the other side. It's unpredictable, and it usually almost always has to be fixed. Every single person says that in order to resemble anything remotely like what it's supposed to be at the end. The more accurate it is when it's stealing shit or when it's replicating the material that it was made from, the stolen items and stuff that it was made from. This can't exist. This can't exist without them having put the images from the original movie in here. They can't, right? It has to be in there. So it is in there. And the AI people, they lie about it all the fucking time, but it just is. It just has to be, right? Latent images, noise, the whole fucking kit and caboodle. And so this isn't you making anything, right? You're not creating anything. You can't own the copyright to it. You can only infringe. So fair use shouldn't apply to any AI generated images. Fair use does not apply to fair use doesn't apply to birds scratching the dirt. If a bird landed in ink and then landed on your piece of paper, that bird does not have a fair use right to, or the fair use ability to do anything with that because the bird can't create a copyright. Fair use is between two copywritten works, right? Deciding whether or not one of those copywritten works is infringing on the original and older copyright of the original. To repeat myself, that's kind of the point. So in this case, what we have to say is, if copyright doesn't apply to humans, then how can a non-human created thing establish copyright? If it can't establish copyright, then in what way can it be said that it's fair use, right? Because it can't have fair use of the material because it can't make the material. It can only just sort of create this fucking output. So by that definition, and this is like what jurisprudence would have to figure out, it doesn't fly. If you look back, like, why is fair use doctrine put in? That's what they consider when they go up to these. This is what real legal arguments are, and that's what they look like at the Supreme Court level. At the lower level, it's like, what's already happened and what the fuck's going on, and we'll just abide by it. Because the lower courts have too much to deal with. Once you get past federal level and you get to the Supreme Court in appeals and shit, but especially if you get to the Supreme Court, which is probably going to go all the way too if they don't settle, and by they I mean Midjourney, the people are going to be making arguments that are basically relative to the foundational principles of the fucking government, right? They're going to go look at why Congress passed the fucking Copyright Act of 1976, 73, why they passed the Copyright Act, and why those fair use rules were established, and whether or not this content would fall under fair use. And they're all going to have to give decisions on it. And I don't think any reasonable people would find this to be fair use or in the spirit of the fair use of copyrighted material. It doesn't in any way, shape, or form conform to the original desires for what fair use should be. You don't do rule. People are like, oh, but the fair use specifically, they don't do rules lawyering at that level. What you're trying to do is say like, well, I'm reading one specific chunk of the law and it seems like that justifies. No, shut up. They're not even going to be reading just the law. They're going to open books. Literally, it's going to say jurisprudence, American jurisprudence, federal jurisprudence. And they're going to go through stacks of books this fucking big, right? They may not use the actual physical copies. And they're going to look up what judges upon judges upon judges upon judges have said. By they, I mean all of the legal counsel involved and then the judges themselves on reference and on further check, the clerks, all these people. And they're going to see why everyone made all of these decisions and what really constitutes this thing. And I don't think when they look into it, in my humble opinion, maybe it's just, I hope, But I don't think, given just even how the lower courts are deciding some of the fundamental issues of this, that the Supreme Court is going to go, no, we're going to permanently justify mass copyright invasion via this clear thing that just copies stuff by mixing it together. It's a novel technology, but it does stuff we've already seen before. It's not inherently creative. And the destruction of the technology, or the destruction or the limited access of it, is not going to eliminate people's ability to be creative. As a matter of fact, if anything, it's just shown that it creates lower value content that is detrimental to any market that it gets fucking put next to. It's detrimental to the meme fucking economy, which doesn't have any money going around it. I think they're going to look at it in that respect, and I hope. I mean, we've got some fucking 4P judges. If it was judges from fucking just like 30 years ago, it would be better. But we do have a bunch of prostitutes on the fucking bench now. Maybe it'll go different. But I really do think that anybody with a fundamental understanding of what the First Amendment protections that change what's going on in the fucking, because fair use is not a law. Fair use is an aspect of the copyright law, right? The copyright law says, no, you can't do any of these things ever. Those are copyright violations. And then they went, but we'll put the fair use protections inside the law that does that. Fair use is an exception within a law, but it's an exception, right? And so you have to justify an exception. It is not a law. It is not like you have to give people fair use. You have to. It's an exception within copyright to protect people's First Amendment rights. And so if you're not a people, do you have the First Amendment right to violate other people's copyright using these machines? Do the people that develop these machines have the right to violate other people's copyright, to infringe on their trademark by black box technology that very clearly replicates real world items? Now, this could go bad for us. I mean, Disney could be like, you know what? We're just going to buy it, and then we are God and we don't care. How about that? Go fuck yourself. And they could go in a different direction. And of course, the courts can only go so far, and then you can get to the legislative section of it, and you can just pass a law that says AI is illegal. They could just do that, by the way. You just be like, no, fuck, AI is illegal. No. And like, if you write the law good enough, it's never gonna get fucking struck down by the fucking Supreme Court or anything. Then you're just golden from that point. But like, I don't think it is. If it goes that way, if it goes opposite I think we should riot. Like, really? Oh, you wouldn't abide by it? No. I mean, there's a lot of things where I'm like, I'd abide by the law, and then there's some things where it's like, I think people gotta get God. You know what I mean? What the fuck are you talking about? But that's pretty much the end of it. In summation, returning to Shadiversity, he's a fucking moron. He's very stupid. Shockingly dumb. AI, I'm not going to say it's not a threat in the long run. Obviously it's bad for people. I think with about a 40% to 55% level of certainty, kind of pretty on it, not a coin flip, but like more than not, a little bit, I think that AI is fucked. I think it's doomed. And I don't think it's going to have the ability to withstand what's coming, which is kind of like a monumental snapback. If you actually look at what AI is, it is a money sink. It's a money pit. AI, generative AI, comes from essentially, literally, I'm not even fucking kidding you, CIA technology. It's from Palantir. The Palantir is the open AI creators, right? It's government paid research into being able to identify people's faces and upscale, essentially, people's faces and bodies with bomb targeting technology, right? Like the reason you have open AI right now is because it was founded on tech that allows you to replicate the shapes of somebody's face in a program so that bombs can lock onto them or you can identify them through surveillance. Like it was started as surveillance technology and aiming bombs technology. And then they decided to market it to the public And I don't know, they lost their minds. There's a bunch of cult shit that goes on at OpenAI too. Sam Altman's a fucking weirdo. But basically, all it is something that shakes shit together, right? And it's kind of really, really over leveraged is what I'm getting at. The capabilities of AI are completely overblown. It can't do it. It can't. It's all lies. It's smoke and mirrors. If it could, it would. Literally, that's it. It's clearly not untouchable. If you look at Grok right now, we got Hitler Grok on fucking Twitter, right? Twitter's mass large language model response system is basically just doing Fuentes posting, right? We already have a Fuentes too, so it's not even fucking, it's probably just copy pasting any racist answer through data. You could have gotten the same thing from Google before Google started fixing its search results, before, they got rid of the don't do evil stuff. But like, that doesn't provide value. It doesn't provide value anywhere near to the amount of money that's tied up in it. Right now, OpenAI was I think over leveraged at something pushing like more than $500 million. It has a shitload. It exists because of government subsidies. So understand this: if you don't vote and you didn't vote before, your senators and representatives have basically voted to support funding in this AI research that is just astronomically high. Higher than research we put into shit like fucking leukemia. It's nuts. It's really, really high. In addition to that, it's actually over leveraged by investors. That's why you've been seeing AI pop up and everything. They're desperate to throw it at every fucking wall that exists to see what sticks, and nothing is sticking. No one likes the tools. The tools don't work. Every time you hear someone say like, no, they're using it in my field, you're like, what field are you in? And prove it. And then they don't. They just vanish. There's bot farms throughout the entirety of YouTube right now that are dedicated to just trying to tell you that like there's extreme medical breakthroughs coming through with specifically what's being sold by like Midjourney and ChatGPT. But there's not. It doesn't exist. We've already had search algorithms. We've already had detection algorithms. Those things are old technology, 20 years old. Everything that's in these conversations right now is generative AI technology, which is based on some slightly new, as of like 8 or 9 years ago, I think it is, advances from like MIT, Cambridge, and Google Labs. But those things, as much money as they put into them, can't deliver anything. They can't deliver. They're not good. They just don't work. Developing them at a small level, basically, we put a lot of money into something. Well, not we. They put a lot of money into something that can very well blend two things together. That's kind of the cool thing it does, right? If it gets destroyed, that's fine. It can take two images that you have, you can set them up over the top of each other, and it can shake them together in a way that's very, very smooth. It's a little bit better than a blend tool. And that's kind of it, right? That's what it does. That's all it does. All of the other stuff that these guys are fighting for is how they're trying to market it. Basically taking what the actual good technology is in the heart of it and overinflating it with a giant model of stolen tech to say, no, this isn't a shake together machine. It is the future of content generation. It's the new algorithm for making things so that anyone can make anything that they think of in their head. We already have that. It's called imagination and creativity and hard work. But they're basically trying to take that out of there. There's a lot of reasons and motivations for this, but that is a different product completely. But that's what they've been selling people. That's the return. AI is going to make graphics processors obsolete. Because NVIDIA's 5 series isn't going to need all of the processing power that was even in the 2070. It will be able to do it. And then every person that actually works in those fields say, no, the thing can only replicate 2D shit. It can't make 3D stuff. It's not it doesn't have the ability to turn anything. Unless someone's programmed in turn, because it can't imagine what the back of something it doesn't have imagination. So if it doesn't already know, it doesn't know. So it can't make vectors, which is crazy. Like, you can't make vectors, straight lines. You can't make rays. You can't make polygons. You can upscale the 2D image by fixing it a little bit, But even that, we find, is costing so much additional raw processing power that we're fucking deleting entire energy grids, and fucking poisoning half of fucking Memphis to keep up with the energy requirements. It's just gulping potable water to keep these fucking systems cool. And it's not worth it. It's for one of the cheapest things on earth to make, art. Which is like, the good thing about art is that it's cheap and that like anybody can go out and make it. Like, you could have done all of this stuff without fucking ChatGPT, you untalented fuck. You're just lazy. And I think it's like the last fucking gasp of like ultra laziness. But the thing is who's going to buy it? Nobody wants to buy this except for Nazis that are like trying to be supportive of things that drive like liberals crazy. And that's it. There is no use case for any of the technology that's actually like that Shad is actually supporting. Because you never see like, oh shit, what did we do? Like, well, we actually did solve cancer using specifically Midjourney. Midjourney drew the cure to cancer. Like, obviously you can't do that. So why is it the hyper focus? Because they're trying to sell more than what it is. What they thought they created was a 4-stroke gasoline engine. And then they're trying to put all this stolen content around it as a car. And they're trying to say like, we've invented the car. But what they really invented is just a different type of polymer for wheels. And then they're stealing the rest of the car from already existing cars, destroying entire lots and saying we should be able to steal your cars and reassemble them however we want because we're going to revolutionize travel. Like, what do you call your thing? Well, it's just like cars, but because I'm a post-millennial fucking tech reprobate, it's spelled KRS. That's already a guy. We're going to get rid of him. Okay? These are curs. I don't have a car. I have a cur. Yeah, have you ever driven a cur? It's a fucking South Park fucking joke on accident. But like that's kind of the point. That's what's happening here. I didn't accidentally turn off the stream, did I? Okay. Is that they're trying to pretend this technology is a different thing than what it is. As a shake together machine that they invented like 10 years ago, that could be like, you know, kind of probably just given away or added to different programs for like, you know, I wouldn't pay any extra money really for it because Photoshop's already too fucking expensive, but I would steal it and use it maybe if I didn't feel like using a clone tool. It's okay. It's pretty solid. Like, it's good for that. For like upscaling and stuff, it's very 50-50. I don't like AI upscaling. I've looked at it. It looks like shit. Every time I've seen AI upscaling, it's clearly a program that was perfected by somebody that does not like looking at movies or videos or pictures, or maybe is just actually blind. All of the other generative aspects of it are bad. It doesn't do anything. And they have so many billions of dollars in this that I think there's going to be a big snapback. And I think it's going to annihilate these people. I told everyone 2 years ago, okay, yeah, court cases are coming and they're going to fuck these guys up because the court cases alone are going to be insanely expensive. Unless they manage to woo everyone, this is going to be too fucking expensive to deal with. It's going to be fucking crazy. Now, as we get deeper into it, we find that the need that they have to even get a return on these things requires an energy consumption rate that's mind-boggling. And not a single fucking one of the companies, as far as I remember from the last few things I read, is profitable. It's a dead zone. They're trying to say that the AI revolution is going to be, that's what they keep calling it. This is like Republicans and like the same sort of people that like diamond-handed Enron, you know, after the thing. The people that are just writing, people that are writing like fucking, I don't know, EB Games to the fucking ground. EB Games got bought by fucking GameStop. That was probably a good return. But basically, there's going to be some stupid fucking bag holders on this. But they're promising a 50 trillion. I remember this number, 50 or 40 trillion dollar market cap, a to the moon market cap for AI technology. But they haven't delivered a single profitable use case for AI technology that wasn't an end user stealing something that they could have paid somebody else for. The companies themselves are all in debt. Crazy debt. Crazy debt and existing on fucking government subsidies and can kicking. And there's going to be real world costs that come with it. I looked into, when I was looking up H-1B visas and all the rulings behind that stuff in December, January. I never put that out, and I should probably, because I wrote the whole thing and I never filmed it. Basically, tech. Okay, RS360. What? Tech companies have stopped hiring AI designers. AI programming, AI design people are going away. The H-1B visas that are being like offered to people are all being offered to people that just kind of do implementation and stuff, and like a lot of them are, you know, selling shit, remaking, repurposing, repackaging. Basically, the kind of jobs that are for people that are like, hey, you've been in these tech industries for a long time. How would you patch this sinking ship, right? But as far as they're concerned from hiring, from what I can see, the science is done. They're not hiring new people to make more of it. They're like, we have to sell what we have. So either that 50 trillion or whatever the fuck market cap is right there, or it's done. Donezo. Like gone. I heard we were mauling a Clash Trader. I don't even know when that was. Probably. And I just don't see. I think it's going to be a big rubber band. I think it's going to be a big time rubber band. Someone says Midjourney is the only one that's making money. Making money or being profitable. And I wouldn't trust the books. I never trust the tech companies' books, by the way. Tech companies are full of people that just go to jail constantly for lying. There is nothing more untrustworthy than a Silicon Valley accountant, because like half of them aren't even accountants. It's just some guy that failed computers and was like, I just feel like I'm so good at math I could be an accountant, right? Like, did you get your CPA certification? No. But in college, I was in my fraternity, I was a bookie. Okay. I wouldn't trust those valuations at all. I haven't looked into them, but like, it's always like, oh no, they're very profitable this year. Like, how profitable? Like, oh, they've got a 15% margin of profit. Like they went up 15%. What was their income this year? And it's like government subsidies, new round of funding, government subsidies, loan, another company shut down and they sold off a bunch of shit from a company they bought. And it's like, okay, so they're, by profitable, you mean that company is a fucking corporate parasite that's trying to sell a bad product by killing other healthy companies? Like, yes. So it's Mordor. Yeah, we're in Mordor. We're burning all the, no, it's not Mordor. It's, what's the other tower? Fucking, what's Sauron's, not Sauron. Fuck. Saruman. Minas Tirith, or whatever the fuck, right? It's like the fucking orcs and the Uruk-hai around fucking Minas Tirith, or whatever the fuck it is. Burning all the fucking great trees in the Ents in order to make like 10 swords. You know? That is like what we're actually seeing from all these companies. And I think the snapback's going to be crazy. And I've said that a bunch of times already now, but I think within the next, if I had to guess, having seen stuff like this before, of just being alive, because every time this happens, Isengard, thank you. Isengard. Every time, so there's people that are in finance and they love it. And I guess they're good at it because they're all junkies now that smoke cigarettes and talk about killing themselves, and they're all alone. Every like 5 years they win like $20 million, and then they get to spend $100,000 of it on prostitutes, and then they lose all the rest of it betting against like Lego company. And I always keep a half an ear open to them because they're fucking awesomely delirious. They're the stupidest fucking people, I swear to God. That Wall Street bets grade motherfuckers. There's real fucking gamblers over there, and then there's a lot of suckers. And I don't listen to any of them because the gamblers are all lying and the suckers are all being lied to. But when I look at shit and there's other companies. I can't think of a company specifically off the top of my mind. I think I know what it is delivery companies and Uber stuff. People are like, oh, this is going to be this whole thing. I was like, no one's delivering on that. That is never going to become a use case, and no one's delivering on that. And since I was a kid, the .com bubble, I remember that's a good one. 2006, 7, 8, when and that's post the first .com bubble, and then it was happening again already. And people are like, you need to make a website because websites are how you make money. Like, how do you make money on your website? You just do whatever the fuck on a website and you make a bunch of fucking money. And people were like spending money to buy websites. They would buy like spiderwebs.com and like, what are you going to do there? We're going to sell spiderwebs.com for $50,000. And like they would market speculate on website names and shit and like making websites. And that all fell apart. And there's shit like that all the time. And I go back to the one person whose investing advice I think is very good. And that's fucking, what's his name? From fucking Berkshire Hathaway. Fucking richest guy ever. Whatever the fuck. Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett says, I'll never invest in something I don't use and I don't see other people use. And I won't invest in something that I see a sucker use. You know what I mean? Or so it kind of goes like that, right? Because it hits a limit. You know, if it's a predatory product, you run out of prey. Because eventually everyone either wise ups or fucking bleeds out. If good, normal, decent people don't use it, it's not going to become popular. And if it's not necessary and you won't need it and no one will need it, then it's not going to become required. There's just a few things that turn a product into something good. And every stock is based on a product, right? Even if it doesn't seem like it is. Even if you're like, well, what kind of product is fucking, you know, this sort of like surety sales and stuff. It's like the product is the surety, whatever the fuck. They're selling something, right? And that's the case with AI. You're not selling anything of value. The only people that are buying it are the suckerest suckers. The suckerest suckers. And they're not turning big profits on it. Everyone hates it. It's it's related directly in everyone's mind to low quality. It has no market value, like or no street value, reputation wise. No one likes it, and no one wants to use it, and it's kind of being forced everywhere. So people are trying to uninstall it all over the place. And from an investment standpoint, I cannot imagine. I have to be so wrong that I would have to like religiously change my ability to perceive the world if I was wrong about this. And there's actually $50 million of market cap in AI, because where? Do you know what I mean? Like, where is it? We're not building anything for it. It's always being for it. Like, where is it? You know, what the fuck? What's going on? I'm looking for a man in finance, trust fund 6'5", blue eyes, finance, trust fund 6'5". God, don't do TikTok memes in my fucking chat. I think I'll wrap it up there. I'm going to talk to Chad about this for a second, but that's pretty much the end of the segment. Things looking bad for AI. I'm pretty happy about it. I think I'm giving a pretty fucking sober assessment of the situation too. I don't really think that this is like, you know, you're a hater strictly type shit. I mean, I am a hater, but like, this is I think a pretty sober and unbiased impression of what the fuck I'm looking at. End segment. Orthac. Tower of Orthac. The fact that they not only don't have that, but get shit canned makes me quite happy. It's actually the best news I heard all day. Someone doing comp English. I hate the idea of an AI bro having priority over me in the job space. It's not even AI bros if you're talking about the engineers. I'm talking about like literal software engineers. They can't use AI for their job because they have to get it done correctly. .com bubble, yes. There's going to be, this is another thing that's coming with AI. There's going to be a brain drain issue in about, if I had to guess, 5 or 6 years of like all these kids that aren't learning shit and they're chat GPTing and fucking like handshaking their way through life. They're fucked. And it's good. It's good that they're going to be feeling pain. They need, when it happens, and I know they're like children now, they're going to be adults. Them and their parents need to be harmed spiritually by the collective consciousness of society for being failures. Because this shit is going to snap back. ChatGPT is causing cognitive decline. That's fucking true, right? And like, it's an obvious thing that's going to happen. If I got up every day and instead of walking on my own legs, I used the same sort of like crutches that somebody with cerebral palsy used, I would wither my legs away. I would get weaker, right? Because I'm waking up every day and getting, yeah, if I put myself in a wheelchair, I'd get even weaker because I'm going around in a wheelchair when I have perfectly fine legs. Maybe my arms get a little bit bigger, but overall, like, I'm going to wither away. Being in a wheelchair, people that are permanently wheelchair bound will tell you, is very, very unhealthy and unsafe for you. You have to do a bunch of additional care maintenance to like survive being in a wheelchair and sitting down that much, just so you don't get like bed sores or like, you know, other like clots and other use injuries. It's like a really serious thing. People that use GPT to do anything don't work out the parts of their brains that are needed to do that thing. Like they cheat on tests. And so that means you don't know what's on the test. If you cheat, you're not going to know. So eventually, like, yeah, okay, like, well, high school's bullshit. High school's bullshit. Okay. College is bullshit. Yeah, college is bullshit. Well, at least my lower level courses. Okay. Now you're in your highest level courses. You're in your like 895 fucking lecture or getting ready to go to a fucking job site. And people are like, hey, I need you to do the math on this crane situation over here. And you're like, I'm going to type it into ChatGPT. And you're going to get to a point where ChatGPT, I think we're already there for most people, is like, no, you're going to do, otherwise I would just have the ChatGPT do it. We don't let that on the job site anymore because people, it gives the wrong answer. It's not a calculator. You know what I mean? And then you're not going to be able to do it. You'll lose your job. Or you're not even going to be able to get the job in the first place because somebody that's actually been fucking using their brain the entire time is just going to be able to do it. People say the same thing about calculators. No, they didn't. Maybe like one or two of your teachers did, but like that's not how calculators work. And still there's a lot of people that just stop using calculators and they can just do the math in their head anyway because they don't rely on a calculator for everything. I am not that kind of person. I can't do long form, long division math in my head because I use a calculator all the time. If I didn't, I probably could. But a calculator is extremely limited to calculations, right? Knowing what calculations you even need, and more so how to do measurements and stuff and make sure they're all accurate, is all the human stuff that you need to be able to do too. And they're never going to replace it. Can't be. Otherwise it would be done. We already figured that the fuck out. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not. And so you using these ChatGPT things, which are just giving you wrong answers half the time anyway, it's just going to make you fucking stupid. Because you're not going to, when it's right, you're not doing any of the work to make yourself better and think of it. You don't know how to think your way around stuff. And now you're also probably half filled with fucking wrong information. And there's going to be a wall and people are going to hit it. And everybody who doesn't fucking get involved in that stupid, everybody who ignored the like, you need to get your kid trained up on AI is the future. All those people are going to be fucking leagues ahead of their peers. It's going to be one of those things where you're like the boomer boomers are about to all be dead in about 10, 20 years. All right. Or just they're all be in nursing homes and fucking we'll be rid of them. But like the people that are my age and others, there's going to be a new version of it. It's going to be fucking old fucking ChatGPT heads, cookouts. We'll have some sort of fucking slur for them with burned out fucking eyes. Just like, oh no, kid. Hey, look, they took that server down. They don't have GPT up anymore. I'm think with myself. And they're going to fucking be done. They're going to be dead, dude. Dead inside. And you're going to be able to fucking walk all over those people. Get strong. Grow powerful. And make sure that people that cheated their way up using these kind of things are just duly punished in the future. That's a good thing about investing in yourself. Sometimes the cash out is fucking up someone you don't like. So understand that possibility is there for you a few years down the line, hopefully. Calculators also get math right every time, unlike AI. Yeah, exactly. I use ChatGPT as a free substitute for therapy. It gives me better advice than the VA therapist does. You're a fucking nutcase. Okay. Yeah, I use heroin as a substitute for fucking medically administered morphine. That's fuck me, bro. That's probably not healthy. Even then, giving a kid Wolfram Alpha would suck their ability. So, yeah. What the hell is Wolfram Alpha? I already see this with my adult students learning languages. They don't think for themselves anymore and make weird mistakes. They don't understand half of what they're writing. Oh, God. Dude, the cool thing is going to be able to... You got to understand, you have to be merciless with these people. Don't be mean to kids, necessarily. But in the future, as a thing, like, that's going to be part of the Butlerian Jihad is not going to end. And, like, I really, really think this should be the case. This should be something that's said now and stated explicitly so as a warning. But I think that people that are going to get their brains cooked by ChatGPT and that they become these fucking stupid motherfuckers that don't understand stuff, I think that they should be rendered as second-class citizens. I really do. You can avoid it by just thinking. It's one of the rare ones. It transcends all color, creed, race, tradition, everything. It's just, if you use GPT a bunch and AI to think instead of you thinking, and then you become like stupid, you should just become a second-class citizen. You shouldn't be allowed to like own property or vote or have conversations in public spaces. You should just be like treated like trash, treated like a robot, you know? And why don't you go pick something up there, Scooter? Until you can think again. All you got to do is just like have a conversation with somebody and be like, I don't need to check my pocket. I'm going to talk to you. And that's fine. All the rest, second-class citizen. We need to round people up to clear uranium out of the fucking elephant's foot. Who should we use? Graphite out of the elephant's foot area. Who should we use? ChatGPT people. Fucking like they're human robots. They're not real. They gave up their humanity to fucking talk to the internet. They're fucking dunzo. You can do whatever you want with them. What's lost? They're not human. You're basically a fucking one step above Terry Schiavo. Out of your fucking mind. My brother was telling me he uses the premium version of ChatGPT to take pictures of his meat while grilling it, and it'll tell him when it's done. I refuse to eat that shit. What the fuck? What? That's insane. Where's meat thermometers? Fuck me, dude. What? I've never heard that use case. That's actually... I don't know how to react to that. I cook all the time, right? And right now I'm cooking less than I ever have. And I still I make every breakfast for myself, or almost all of them, egg sandwiches and shit. And when I'm really going, dude, I cook like fucking salmon, the whole kit and caboodle. There's almost nothing that I can think that you can cook where you can tell it's done simply by looking at it. And that any program would be more able to tell if it was done than I can. Like, that's not... Steak is... But anything that's on the grill is crazy. Because it's a fucking grill. Most grilled items look done because the outside cooks before the inside cooks. I mean, what the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? I replaced the thermometer with AI's bloody sociopathic LMAO. Agreed. Buffett prefers putting money in BNSF than in AI. BNSF would probably be a good investment. Actually, with socialism on the rise in America, railroad investments probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, we're not going to have free trains tomorrow because Zoran Mamdani became the candidate for the mayor of New York City. But, like, people are really mad about cars. People hate cars. You guys know that? People hate cars. I know you hate cars, but even, like, people that normally used to like them hate them. And one of the things that would actually permanently destroy a lot of the Republican talking point strangleholds on things would be an increased and robust public transportation grid. with all of the flooding and the destruction to infrastructure that's coming around, there's probably going to be a lot of opportunities opening up to increase rail traffic. And rail traffic is where it's all going to end up anyway. Like, it's going to be on train. There's no future in cars. There is maybe before I die, but I think by the time I'm dead, if I'd last to the end of my life, I'm pretty sure we're going to not have cars anymore. Not because they're not good, but we're going to run out of the stuff that we need to make roads and cars and keep up with the increasing size of the population of the earth. They're not going to be viable, especially if the oceans start getting closer. There's going to be more salt air throughout the entirety of the earth. The air is going to get saltier. All the cars start getting corroded. It's done. People hate modern cars, but car guys are insufferable. Dude, car guys used to be cool before, like, the 90s. Once upon a time, being a car guy meant that you, like, had, like, a rare car that you worked on, and you would build cars up. Like, where I'm from, being a car guy is, like, was a respected, like, unk tradition. Like, you got a fucking something that you're putting back together. It's rusted on the garage. I found this in a fucking trash heap. I'm rebuilding it from scratch. Yeah, it's your fucking car of Theseus or whatever. Those guys used to be respected. Now cars are, it's been 50 years or more since people made cars that can be like put back together. Like they're fucking all completely made out of disposable parts, and they're just essentially minimalistic conveyance, right? That just changes size based on how small your cock is. And like that's it. The day and era of guys, like, I haven't seen a person change their oil in their fucking driveway, I think, in like years. Maybe decades. Like, but that used to happen all the time. People, you have to change your oil, you'd run out your spark plugs and stuff. Nowadays, I don't think people own ratchet sets. No one fixes shit anymore. So if you're a car guy in 2025, you're probably fucking lame. Like, what did you do? Yeah, man, I'm into cars. I bought a fucking 2022 Camaro. Like, you're not into cars. You get in a car. Could you take it apart? No, I don't fucking have programming experience to fucking install the entire. I don't know how this thing fucking works. No one does anymore. Like, it's a fucking computer with fucking wheels attached to it. Like, cars are 99% fucking plastic these days. Like, even the fucking side panels and shit. Back in the day, I think Jeep people are the only car people left, and they're like, yeah, they're fucking ducks and shit. But like back in the day, you would see like a guy welding, like, on your in your block. If you came where I'm from, why? Well, the guy got into a fucking accident, so he just cut a giant chunk out of the fucking top of his car, and he beat it flat, and he's re-welding it and polishing it down. What? Like, it didn't just explode? Like, no, the car's made completely out of metal. It's unsafe as fuck, but it's a big ass chunk of metal, and he's just welding it and unwelding it and stuff. Nowadays, it's plastic. I don't even think people put Bondo on cars anymore. It's just like, what happened? You crashed it? Yeah, it's done. Just get a new one. Carvana, baby. We got so many leftover dead cars in America now. You don't need to. It doesn't even matter. You can pick and pull a whole fucking like Hyundai Sonata from fucking 2018 at this point. Like, who gives a shit? They shitified the car. Well, it's sort of, kind of, but really, cars were just so fucking dangerous that, like, you had to take all the cool parts away from them. I saw a guy peeling out the other day. My wife was like, what in the fuck is wrong with this guy? And he was peeling out in a Ford F-250, which means he wasn't really peeling out because they don't make those in fucking manual. Like, the way you peel out, if you guys never heard of a manual transmission before, is you rev the manual transmission up 6,000-7,000 RPM, and you're so good at driving, you can feel the clutch where it's gonna fucking ramp. And then you burn because the RPMs are gonna come down once the clutch touches its transmission shit. And then the rear wheels engage because you have a rear wheel drive car. Otherwise, you're gonna fucking send gravel up underneath your front tires for no reason into your fucking undercarriage. They're gonna kick up off the pavement, and you're gonna fucking and boom, and then you take off real fast. because your tires, once they catch, you're going to go super quick, right? And if you want to go around corners and stuff, what you can do is slow down and kick it so that you can still maintain some speed. And you can drift, right? It's drifting. You cannot drift in an automatic. You can slide in an automatic. You can crash in an automatic. But you can't really drift. You just can't. Unless you reprogram the entire car to operate in a literally unsafe manner, they wouldn't program the car to run it. Because the car just wants to accelerate at a nice, even pace because it has a digital transmission inside of it. That makes sure you don't do things like this. The only thing you can do is get in a truck. If this guy's bragging, I'm in a truck and I'm burning out. Trucks don't have a lot of weight in the back end because they're trucks. The back end doesn't exist. It's a big fucking empty bed for you to haul stuff. So it's lighter. So if you over rev your truck, you might kick off. But it's really just to show that you don't know how to drive your truck. Your truck shouldn't be able to burn out. It's a truck. If your truck can burn out, you have a shitty truck. How are you going to go mudding? Oh, wow. I mean, I'll go mudding this. It's got 600 horsepower. It got 600 horsepower. And a lifted, you got 600 horsepower and a lifted fucking, lifted suspension. Yeah, cool, bro. Can you fucking mud in it? No. Is it a fucking 92 Bronco with a manual transmission? No, then you can't fucking mud in it. You can drive it through mud. You loser. Fucking dork fuck with your goddamn knobbly off-road tires. You drive to Whole Foods with it in, you piece of shit. I hate you. Yeah, man, check out that. Shocks and struts, baby. Shocks and struts. I had him take a few fucking rings out of that fucking spring coil so she bounces a little bit more. I like it when she bounces. Cut chunks out of your spring coil. Would you see that on fucking American Chopper? Fucking goddamn piece of shit. Your truck shouldn't burn out. If it does burn out and you got a real truck, it burns out on every fucking tire, but it shouldn't burn out at all. If you're over revving it and it's empty, it'll fucking chirp on those back fucking wheels. But that means that your fucking truck doesn't have good grip. And it might be unbalanced, especially if you're trying to go. You gotta fucking change the suspension so that it doesn't burn out. It's a truck. If you're really bragging about how fast it goes, it should grab and it should take the fuck off. You should be going 60 miles an hour in a half a second, but you don't drive a manual, so that ain't fucking happening. You drive a fucking safety inspected, made in America Ford that was created in the year of our Lord 2024, and it's fucking completely. You're a kid that's like, look how hard my head is, and you're slamming your fucking face against a wall while you're wearing a helmet, and everyone's just staring at you like, what the fuck is this guy doing? When you really rev out, you're in a fucking manual, you know, you're in your fucking buddy's souped up fucking Pontiac GT with the goddamn literally ratchet. Well, no, that wasn't a ratchet shifter. The ratchet shifter was in that fucking souped up Ranger my buddy had. Fucking Pontiac GT with a fucking lever fucking stick shift in it and a goddamn nitrous tank and a fucking roll cage, and you're on a fucking backwood road in North Carolina floating. And then you're gone. And if you can really drive, you don't burn out. You don't slide at all. You fucking just go. Then you're gone. It's so crazy because it's like, I know you think you saw that in a movie or some shit, and you're like, I'm drifting. You are fucking sliding. That is not drifting. You're sliding. You're fucking sliding in a truck. Also, horsepower is bullshit. Why do 4 horses have like 200 horsepower? I have fucking no idea. I used to know what the horsepower measurement is. I think it's actually the like amount of energy required to move X for like a foot, right? But it's dumb. The new Broncos do come and stick. They're very fun. I got to drive one. It was OJ White. Tremendous. Broncos are like, if I had to get one of those, I would want to get a Bronco. My buddy had one. My buddy had a diesel with Alice transmission diesel Bronco. And it was one of the best fucking cars I've ever been in. Like, what people think they're driving, they all get the fucking, my dad's got that fucking Ram Ranch, whatever, something fucking bagooba thing. And, you know, got fucking Ram 2500. Fuck Mobar. With a fucking Bronco, man. That old ass Bronco my buddy had. And he took that motherfucker mudding. That thing was tremendous, dude. Like fucking, he had the whole kit and caboodle, dude. Tow rope, whole thing, which used like crazy because he went mudding. Not me and my friends got 2 dirty fucking muddy ruts on his back. He says, I'm going mudding this weekend, and then you like see where the people are, and it's like, that is some cunt's backyard. That's not mudding. That's like you're doing donuts on grass. Fuck. Where there's mud there, okay, Scooter. Then you see like guys like, I went with him one time, and I'm like, I'm not getting jostled around in your car this much again, because this isn't fun as a passenger as it is probably when you're driving. And it's like, you go mountain biking in a fucking truck that shouldn't survive mountain biking. That's what I'm money. Bouncing off shit. Get stuck, throw the fucking tow winch around some shit, drag yourself out. Oh man, I pulled out another fucking tree. God damn it, bro. Rally for real men, not that NASCAR shit you've got in the US. Fucking all the fucking NASCAR people can do rally. Fucking NASCAR is for a country where all of our roads are fucking highways, dipshit. They can all drive rally too. They all fucking drive like a bunch of fucking maniacs. There's also, have you ever seen the rest of it? I mean, they got dirt track. If you're only fixated on like 500 lap NASCAR, like they got dirt track NASCAR. We got dirt track everything. We just don't have roads in America that are like rally ready the way y'all do, because the fucking country is like new. So you got like highways half the time, and then maybe you have some country roads, but you can still drive rally in America. We have rally racers. They come to your country and win. Dang. We just also have NASCAR. We also got IndyCar. IndyCar's that shit. IndyCar's real quick. I don't know. It was like, you guys want to do F1? Like, what if we do F1, but instead of going in fucking zigzags, we just go as fast as we can with a fucking aircraft engine on wheels. Like, okay. Fucking take off, dude. People love that shit. Fucking, you ain't been drunk until you've been drunk at the Indy 500. Yeah, I've been to the Indy 5. Bitch, I'm American, okay? I went with my uncle years ago. I got sunburned 2 miles above the ground, whatever the fuck. You ever seen fucking Indy stand? Bro, it is a fucking 700 step fucking riser going like a mountain, sitting above people. And you get drunk, boy. You get drunk at the IndyCar. I've been drunk. I've been down there, Indianapolis, fucking walking around, seeing people. I got my $1 on a fishing line. Hell yeah. 5,000 miles of stop traffic for 500 laps of the fastest fucking cars on earth. Goddamn right. We're going to see a crash today? No, we got everybody was sober before they got in them cars. We were professionals. Fucking god tier shit. The new Broncos have awful build issues. Adalia Fiesta ST asked me about being in an abusive relationship with a FOMO co-product that brings insane joy while also regularly presenting new headaches. My last car, now we only need one because I work from home, but my last car was a fucking, it wasn't a full monster, not a Subaru. I had a Mitsubishi Lancer, which is like, and I drove stick, right? We don't have stick now because my wife's like, I'm not learning how to drive stick, but I had a stick Mitsubishi Lancer and it went real fast, but it was also whippy, which I liked. Fucking zooming in that motherfucker, dude. Can't burn out because it's all-wheel drive, boy. Every horse touches the ground. Seriously, that fucking car, dude. It didn't give a shit. But then eventually what happened to it? The entire transmission, hydraulic system, computer complex. I don't know if you know anything about cars, specifically Mitsubishis. There's like a hydraulic control for the entire car in a Mitsubishi Lancer, I guess. That's half computer, half machine, and it died, and it's like $2,500 to replace, which the car was already like 12 years old, so not happening. Mitsubishi. Let's see you in a Mitsu. All the U.S. rally schools are in New Hampshire. I'm not surprised. Doing fucking benzos and fucking rally racing. And yeah, it would be in New England because that's where the old stuff is. If you try to rally race in like Louisville, there's some great places to maybe try to do it, but you would have to shut down big chunks. And if you get any further out than like where the horse pasture areas are, you're just going to go straight. That's really the thing. If I can't like hammer home enough, the countrysides like that exist in like England and Europe and shit is small enough that you guys could probably get a circle. You go out to like North Dakota, you just either have to dirt track or like you could drive a country road. Like the next turn on this road is a mile and it's a left. And the next turn after that is just another left. And otherwise it's just straight. Wow. For forever. The Finnish rally drivers. There are U.S. drivers. I've never met them at the podium. I guess it's possible. Based shit talk. Tacomas and Hilux are built like tanks. My dad had a Toyota. We had a Toyota Tacoma. No, my dad had a Tundra. Tundra for a bit. Fuck are we talking about right now? Just buy a 90s Buick with a 3800 grandma style. Dude, Buick is a good word. I can't tell that joke. So one of my favorite Patrice O'Neill jokes is he's talking about the DC sniper, and then the better joke is when he's talking about how they censored him. The joke is y'all thought the DC sniper was like real bad until you found out it was a blank, because Patrice O'Neill is black. So it's a word that a black person can say that I can't say. A blank in a Buick. And then all y'all, and this is, he was whatever. Y'all forgot about him real quick. And the funny part about that joke is on Comedy Central, they didn't censor the N-word. They censored Buick. You want to see how fucked up the coach's priorities are? I was on Comedy Central. And they censored Buick. They showed a clip of it, and he's a bang and a beep. It was very funny. Okay. I'm going to take one more break, and then we're going to do this. And then, because this is going to be like the last segment for the week, so I'll return in a second. Okay, there we go. By the way, if you're just joining, please join our Discord if you want to continue these conversations or comments or concerns. And also, make sure you like and subscribe to the stream. Like the stream, subscribe to the stream. All that good stuff. God damn, dude, my fuck. Pump is ridiculous today. You guys probably can't see that. Probably can't see that. You probably can't see that. I'm feeling small. Not bad for 38. Oh, man. It's just like nothing. That, I got the wrong angle. What are you doing? You making your fat change shape? Yes. Dude, I can't wait to get back jogging again. That's one of the things I want to do. Oh, man. Start alternating gym and jog. Gotta start doing some cardio at the gym. I'm going to cut it down. I miss old vehicles. I understand the gas sucks, but I miss the reliability and time working on them. I mean, we could have that. They just fucked that up with right to repair stuff. Okay, that's not new. All right, one last segment for the day, for the week. Because tomorrow and the next day after, I'm going to be pretty much finishing up the fucking bathroom project to like phase 3. Very excited. Finishing tile work. Finally. Finishing the tile work tomorrow, tonight, tomorrow, and the day after, and then it should be done, and that'll be a good day for me. Very long time, very, very big bunch of lot of work, very much a lot of work. All right, what is this guy's name? The nerdy novelist is a guy on the internet. All right. The nerdy novelist needs an introduction because no one knows who the fuck he is. I think this is the same guy. I'm like about 99% sure. Although they do make a lot of replica whites in the same shape and disposition. He was in the Into the Thorns video that we watched a while ago with the little rabbit person. And he's basically like a failed Patterson, right? Who's that guy? Who is that fucking guy? The Win, Jesus, Way of the King, Sanderson. Brandon Sanderson is the name I'm trying to remember. He's basically like a failed Sandersonian style writer, right? Who started making AI novels. I don't know why you would ever do that. I would sooner kill myself than ever do that. I really think that if I was ever to the point where I was like, you can't write anymore, would you want to use Chat GPT? No, I would just, that's it. I'm done. I don't even like working with other people, much less other people's stolen ideas. But this guy has released a video, master these basics if you want to write with AI, which is crazy because the only basics I had to master were just like 20 plus years of studying the English language and reading probably fucking hundreds, if not thousands of books. No way to keep track. I don't do all the... You should write about... You should log every book you read into Goodreads and stuff. I don't do all that shit. But I guess instead of doing that, you can take this guy's tips to write with an AI book. So we're gonna go ahead and listen to a few of these, and I'm going to I'm probably going to respond with polite understanding to the things he says. What?
Everything I'm about to cover in this video is the kind of basic information and terms and like a glossary index of what you need to know as an author who wants to use AI. A lot of even experienced people who write with AI.
Oh, are we changing that now? A writer who wants to write with AI and not just an AI writer. All right, we're dispossessing from Shad. No longer an AI artist. I'm an artist who uses AI. Okay.
I don't understand a lot of these terms that I'm going to be sharing with you today. So I want to make sure you have all of these systems and terms in mind so that you can understand how AI works and how you can help it best serve you as...
Question immediately. Why haven't you already asked ChatGPT this? Doesn't that make sense? If by the way, if you're watching my reaction to it and you have not already done that, why would you not just ask like the thing that writes for you what to write or how to use it? Like, wouldn't it? Why would someone go to you? What the fuck good are you? Why doesn't it just tell you how to use it? Like, what the fuck is the point? What the fuck is the point of the Think For You program if I also have to involve top fucking frozen yogurt of the day purchaser Sam here? This fucking guy.
An author. So let's dive in.
Shad, but North American. True.
The first thing that I wish more people understood is the difference between a large language model, or LLM, and a tool like a chatbot or another what we call wrapper tools. And to help with this, I like to use an analogy of electricity and an appliance. You can use electricity in a variety of different ways, obviously. If you're in your kitchen and you have a food processor and a microwave
I'm sorry, what?
and a blender.
What is this guy?
Your kitchen and you have a food processor.
I can't tell if this is an AI video or just the most completely pointless fucking stock video I've ever seen. But there's just something to me about, like, I'm going to make a cooking metaphor, and the video that I'm going to use in my cooking metaphor has to quite possibly be the whitest cooking I've ever shown anyone. At the best, if this is real, this is a person in a fucking a kitchen with no texture on the cabinets, a microwave oven, right? And just no featureless, utterly featureless fucking room, cooking, I guess, liquid eggs. I don't know why I'm saying that like that, but liquid eggs in a pan with one fucking one plastic spice jar and just finger flicking a pouch of who knows what into it. This has to be AI. The fuck, I just like it. I like to think that this guy put this into AI, and it just was like, I'm going to return a result for you that's so fucking white, it actually just gives the fucking Senate one more seat. I'm going to give you a fucking result that's so white, Strom Thurmond would fucking vote for it. You know what I mean? What in the absolute shit, bro? That is incredible. Also, this is just the guy from Toy Story, right? Isn't that the Toy Story kid?
And a microwave and a blender, all of them use the same electricity, but they use it in different ways. And in this case, the large language model is like the electricity. It's the raw power that is creating the results that you want. However, you can have a tool.
Dude, this is crazy.
Creating large language.
This guy is so dude, this is great. This is the lead poisoning of my generation. This guy has to be my age. He's fucking Chat GPT'd. He's so fucking cooked. Look how many cuts he has to put in this fucking video to get through his dog ass bullshit fucking metaphor he put together.
Model is like
Watch
a
this.
Microwave and a blender. All of them use the same electricity, but they use it in different ways. And in this case, the large language model is like the electricity. It's the raw power that is creating the results that you want. However, you can have a tool which is similar to the appliance that uses that power in unique ways. And it might be more useful for a writer versus a...
My man did so much effort to get the word creative nestled into that sentence. Here's the funniest fucking part. You're talking about a system that uses electricity. So it's not the electricity going to the blender and stuff. It already has electricity into it. But if you have to say it's putting the ideas. It's the stolen content that's putting it. It's the grist. What you're talking about is grist. It's the pink slime that's being reshaped into a series of different patties, is what you wanted to say. It's the pink slime from the fucking meat packing facility made out of all those fucking pulp lips and anuses being shoved into intestine sacs to be cooked and sold for people. Getting pressed into fucking chicken nuggies and all that sort of shit. That's what it is. It's the pink slime being repurposed. Energy. How dare you compare stolen fucking material to the noble electron? The noble electron. That is the most Venture Brothers statement I've ever uttered. The noble electron. No, that would be Jonas Sr. The noble electron. Though small, it powers almost the entirety of this facility today. Venture Brothers ass statement. Like, wait, what? What's not But Dad, what's not powered by electrons? Well, Rusty, you. Really? Oh my God. Oh.
Coder or what have you. So you might have a wrapper tool that's specifically geared in a workflow format for someone who wants to code. And you might have another one that uses the same large language model that is using it for writing or whatever the case is. And even chatbots, which
Bro,
we
why are
often
there so many
think as
cuts?
being synonymous with an AI large language model, things like ChatGPT or Claude, these chatbots are actually wrapper tools in them.
He's so fucking chopped. I'm always wondering, are you using like a remove silences and thinking words type deal? I love that. That's one of my favorite. You always know you're talking to a real fucking lead paint aficionado. They're like, you use a lot of uhs and ums. Like, bro, that is the sound of thinking. That is what consideration sounds like when it's made audible, you stupid fuck. Dude, people stopped making that one. I just want to rewind the clock to like fucking 2 years ago. Somebody was trying to drop that shit in here. Fucking ate him alive. Oh, God damn. I think I remember that one. I heard that guy's fucking like soul. Oh, you say and a lot? Like, I don't get. Yeah, I'm fucking thinking, you dipshit. What? That's a placeholder word for thought. The fuck? It's extemporaneous thinking. Can you even use as many words as I'm using off the top of my fucking head without just stalling completely? I've taught myself to just be quiet. Dead air? You're doing dead air instead, you fucking moron? But either way, this guy is fucking choked. And I don't know if he doesn't know the thing. What? Like, his face is just searching. Like, he's like riddled. Like, why are you trying to write? Bro, give up on it. You should do shit like push lawnmowers and cook fucking like burgers and shit. You could be grilling. You could be chilling and grilling. But instead, you're just stumbling your way through the most awful written version of some already no one needs to hear this shit. No person of value will ever take your advice. Not a single fucking one. There's not going to be a single person that ever takes advice from this guy that's going to make something worthwhile. Like, oh shit, dude. I was listening to fucking the nerdy novelist teach me how to use Chat GPT and fucking Claude. And I just made like the best novel ever. Like, wow, people are really going like, holy shit, we needed this. Yeah, I know, right? I typed some shit in and it made like, bro, this is the fucking like the new Finnegan's Wake. Probably would come out looking like the Finnegan's Wake.
Themselves, they are actually really simple wrapper tools that all they have is a simple chat interface and maybe a few other bells and whistles. But if I go to say ChatGPT here, you can see up here in the corner I can select between different large language models. ChatGPT is not the same as a large language model. It is simply a tool that incorporates a large language model into it like an appliance uses electricity. Now, where this metaphor breaks down a little bit is the fact that there are multiple LLMs, and as far as I know, there's not multiple types of electricity. Right? That slight difference, and each.
Hey, yo, this is a guy with a story to tell. This is a mind that the world has needed so bad to share its thoughts with all y'all. That, like, thank God we democratized art. So the guy that, I don't know this, but the metaphor kind of falling apart. What the fuck is this Officer Doofy shit, bro? Are you secretly going to be the bad guy all along? Are we going to get a Usual Suspects moment here, Kaiser Soze? What in the fuck is... I cannot imagine speaking this badly in a scripted fucking video. Do you want... Like, are you really witnessing the difference between somebody that fucking can fuck with the... I fuck the English language in half, boy. I fuck it. It's my bread and butter. I'm so fucking good at it because all I do is practice it. I yap, I write, I rap. No, I don't. But I fucking talk mad shit because I practice it all the fucking time. I look at myself when I'm talking. I learn how to fucking make my face look funny or sad or serious to fit the situation. This is a fucking scripted video, homie, and you are a gibbering sack of fucking worthless ideas. I cannot really impress upon you how fucking no I am reacting to you sharing anything about how to be creative on this world. I wouldn't trust you to fucking operate Doc. You know what I mean? Like fucking just Word 2005 might be beating your fucking ass. Like, what the fuck is that? Why is the number going up? I didn't want numbers. I wanted words. Like, this is a word count, homie. But it's so high. Oh, yeah, you have it set to character count. A thing no one's ever needed except for the person who needs it really bad and wishes people would use it because you keep going over your character count. Did you know exactly how many W spaces there are? Fucking old print stuff. But bro, like maybe this is indicative of the fact that you ain't got shit to say and you're actually a fucking detriment to the thing that you think you like. Like, you sound like shit. This is a writer to a writer or whatever the fuck it is you think you are. You sound stupid. Like, really dumb. Like you fucking huffed a bunch of air duster before you started talking. And I think I've seen you do another video before and I don't think you looked as dumb. I think you might be fucking brain rotting yourself. Like, you're in some version of like a cognitive decline that is being observed. That would actually probably be a good video series. Just watching one of these fucking chat GPT fucks just like literally cook their entire fucking frontal cortex. Video by video by video. That's not... Bro, you can't fucking handle a metaphor about the system you're using to steal other people's abilities and create metaphors for you is a fucking indicator that the ship is under the water. You are breathing water. I feel like art should be democratized. Everybody should be able to write a novel. No, they shouldn't. It's actually one of the hardest fucking things you'll ever do is to commit the sheer amount of time and effort that it takes to write a novel, much less read it another 10 times after you wrote it and keep editing it until it doesn't actually suck anymore. And I don't think you got that in you. I don't think that you're capable of writing a fucking YouTube video. Like, homie, you sound stupid. Like, I gotta tell you that. I gotta really hammer that home. You sound like a fucking moron. And it's not because of the points you're making. It's because of your inability to deliver them. I was just watching Shadiversity and Quartering, Jeremy the Quartering, the guy from Brie Larson's fucking linen closet, right? The Quartering is more like animated and interesting and seems more grounded in his ability to talk than you do. Like, I think the Quartering skipped out on cooking his brain completely with the fucking chat GPT. And it's actually a night and day difference. Like, bro, you talk like you have a fucking serious learning disability that precludes you from being able to read or write. So what in the fuck are you even doing? Like, what is this? Like, why bother with these things? What are you going to get out of it? What are you going to do with it? Like, what's the character that needs to come to life? If you can't get through... So it's like the electricity, but I don't think they've made different types of electricity yet. Took you a while to get to that. I turned that whole thing into a Venture Brothers skit. I still arrived at the same point. Almost the entire facility is operated off of the mighty electron. And you're just like fucking... hanging back here, dude. It's crazy. I mean, actually, there are different types of energy. I mean, that's just one type of electricity because it's electrons. Electricity, you know? There's a lot of different types of energy. It's like a bunch, but most of it's steam and thermal. Either way.
Form of electricity, each large language model kind of has its own kind of strengths and weaknesses. But by itself,
Here you go.
a large...
Here you go. I figured it out for you. Sorry, it took me 2 fucking seconds. What you say instead is, and chat GPTing for you. So there's a lot of different types of energy that you see in a kitchen. This tool, a stove, is obviously going to be using electricity, but it turns it into heat, right? So it modifies the electricity into a heat energy. There's also gas energy in here. Oh shit, fuck it. We'll go back. So your microwave can heat stuff with electric energy turned into microwaves. This stove is gas. It uses gas in order to turn it into fire, which is a heat energy that uses stuff to cook. There's a lot of different types of energy in the kitchen, and it goes to different types of tools in order to do different types of things. Some energy is more robust than others and can provide more than just heat. You can turn the electric that goes to your mixer, right, into a rotary energy that spins stuff, right, and mixes things mechanically. Whereas this chemical energy of heat usually mixes it chemically, right, and it changes it. So you can get all these different types of outcomes. That's what happens if you fucking read like a book a year. My dude. Like, you're cooking yourself out of it. Like, I can do your fucking video better than you while also insulting you. And that's like that's a rough position to be in, is like that fucking stupid. That's crazy. Like, you shouldn't be teaching people to do this stuff. It's killing you, I think. I think you're dying from it. Like, it's making you a less valuable human. Because who the fuck would want to talk to you? And that's what a book is. Like, a real book is like a conversation, right? For hours upon hours, where only one side talks and the other side just absorbs and goes like crazy with it. You can imagine different concepts. You put yourself in and out of situations. Maybe it's a very like detail focused journey through a fucking series of events. Maybe it's just like a really cerebral way of dancing around different issues and stuff. And there's a million different ways to do that kind of thing. But like, I can't imagine what the fuck you have to offer, because like, I think that's the first time I've heard you try to do a little bit of writing. You metaphorized a concept in order to make it more universally available to other people. That's a foundational element of writing, and you fucked it up. You fucking completely fumbled the bag on it, which is nuts. Because now you're like, oh, fuck, well, I metaphorized this, and this is a... Okay, let me teach you how to write real quick. Let me give you actual writing advice. Metaphorizing is a foundational element of writing. Why? Because it allows people to approach an alien concept with common, approachable attributes being added to it. It's one of the reasons analogies, which are similar, or similes, which are similar, and we're going to the thing, are so important, and why they were on tests and stuff all the time back in the day. Because understanding how they work, how they operate, how to make one, and then more deeply, how to understand what is and isn't valuable as a metaphor, and all of that is the foundational element of communication, and it's important for communication for things that are highly, highly, highly intensive. If you look at any science educator ever, and even their books that they write for each other at the highest level, because you're a STEM head, they metaphorize all the time. This is like, did you know that the universe, if it was a football field, Earth would be on the 1 yard line, the moon would be almost imperceptibly behind it on the same 1 yard line, and Pluto would be in a different field on another side of the country. You've heard that? That's metaphorizing. Okay, you've taken an alien or extreme or beyond simple comprehension concept, and you've boiled it down into something that somebody can understand based on simple terms. This is metaphorizing. If you cannot metaphorize, you cannot write. Because if you can't handle moving into and out of abstraction in order to relay alien ideas in a commonplace area, then you cannot explain. You can't explain anything. Ever. That's why if you think back to when you were a kid, you're like, this is just like when we do this. It's just like when we do this. But there's this new thing. You are metaphorizing, you're symbolizing, you are relating, right? It's creating relatability between concepts. It is a foundational aspect of creativity. It is also one of the things that ChatGPT is incapable of actually doing, because it doesn't have imagination, and it doesn't have experience, and it doesn't have understanding of people. So at best, it can relay a metaphor that it's been programmed into it, or look one up and say, like, this is an example of a metaphor, but it can't metaphorize, which makes it unable to engage in communication. because it can't actually do the thing. It can basically, at best, probably do a simile or an analogy, but like true metaphor, right? I mean, you're doing similes technically, but true metaphor, you know what I mean? Making something seem like another thing so that someone can understand the first thing is foundational. And your inability to do this in the most simplistic way, to analogize in this case, between the core components of what make an AI functional and things in a kitchen, shows both a lack of familiarity with kitchens, which is crazy given the size of you, but also like an inability to do the foundational thing that you are trying to teach people how to approach using these tools, which makes you an unsuitable teacher ultimately. And that's like kind of nuts that you're not picking up on it, but it's also really indicative of how bad these systems are for people, that you don't pick up on it and you can't understand that you're falling short of the thing that you would be doing if you could do it, while you're teaching people how to do it with the thing that makes you unable to do it accurately. It's kind of awesome. In a sense, you're actually engaging with what we might like refer to as the Dadaist movement. You're teaching a tutorial on how to do something worse while actually giving a great example of why not to engage with your tutorial and wholeheartedly creating your tutorial. It's awesome in its complex amount of dog shit that it is.
Language model needs some kind of tool built around it in order to really interface with it effectively. Otherwise, it's just a simple prompt and a response. It doesn't have memory. It doesn't have a whole lot of features. All right, the second thing I want to make sure I get across to you is the difference between regular models and reasoning models. Now, this is a relatively new development, at least new in the world of AI, where we started to get these reasoning models that think before they give you an answer. And by doing so, they actually give you usually higher quality answers, and they're particularly good for any kind of task that involves reasoning, or something that a human would actually spend time to think about it. In the writing world, the best cases for reasoning models are things like editing, because before, when you had a large language model, it wouldn't necessarily give you good advice about your book. If you gave it your book and said, hey, please edit this book for me, it wouldn't necessarily do a good job, because it would give you stuff that sounds like what an editor would say, but it wasn't able to actually analyze and think and make decisions based on the book that it's reading. It just gave you stuff that sounded correct. Now,
so when we think about that, why would the one use case where you could actually find a comparative moment to find that the information you're being given is not good and just is trying to deceive you into appearing as good information, why do you take that use case and then not apply it to the rest of the system to see whether or not that's carrying over? Because here's the thing, reading 60,000 words is hard. I think that these AI novels put out roughly the 65K industry standard novel. That's a plain novel, is about 65K. First or second Harry Potter book, about that big. A Harry Potter book. And it takes a long time to read those and then edit them, right? To make sure that they're good. So I don't even know if this guy's ever actually read his dog shit AI novels, right? If you're just trying to put 65,000 words down on a piece of paper, first, if you just type them, that's what I usually do. I just make shit up and then I just do it for a really long time and I got a whole fucking novel's worth. It's actually that fucking easy. But if you're using a system that gives you information that's bad and it's ineffective, it just looks like it's good, why do you think that doesn't carry over to fictional elements? Like, why don't you think that that's the case? Especially fictional elements that have to create a chain of continuity for 65,000 plus words, right? If you're trying to get to standardized novel length or even a short story, 5 to 25,000. Why do you think that that's not different? Like, why are you stupid enough really to not fucking make that connection? And then you would add another thing in to fix it for you. But at what point are you doing anything of value here, right? What you're really, most of you fucking morons are trying to do is look up a good book to read, I think. Or just you want to be responsible for making something without having to put any effort in, which is a disgusting way to exist. I mean, it's a pathetic outlook on life. I hope you don't have kids that you're ruining with that fucking kind of mentality, but like,
A thinking
I'll just let you
model,
keep talking.
while not perfect in that regard, is much better at actually thinking through what may or may not be a problem with your book, and it's able to give you much better answers. There are other useful applications of thinking models that are usually good for brainstorming or outlining, anything that requires a little bit heavier thought they're particularly good at. But there are still really good use cases for non-reasoning models. Particularly, for some reason, the actual writing of prose tends to be better, or at least the same for a cheaper price as the reasoning models. So something that I recommend for pretty much for a cheaper writing of prose tends to be better, or at least the same for a cheaper price as the reasoning models. So something that I recommend for pretty much all authors is this idea that you should test out which large language models do what. Because not only are they all different and they have different strengths, but you have your reasoning versus your non-reasoning, and you should definitely check out with every prompt that you have that you use regularly, you should definitely test which one is better for one or the other. All right, the next thing I want to be clear on is
here's the thing. Okay, let me help you. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to teach. So when you're describing a problem, okay, and don't let me talk down to you any more than I already have. I regain whatever self-confidence you might need. When you're describing a problem, it's good to give an example of it. There's a foundational element of writing. Is that when you're trying to describe something, providing an example of it is usually required. Now, what you did here in the last few minutes of gutter sucking that you did was say you should possibly go with one thing over another thing. There's a cost-benefit analysis for you to do, and you should do it. You didn't, however, actually provide an example of what the fuck you're talking about, which is going to be good because it'll help people decide where the fucking cost-benefit ratio weight is to be, decided. If you would have showed me your large language model and it would have put out a sentence, we'll say, see spot, run, and then the thinking model said just see spot, I would have to go, okay, well, this one gives me a lot more words, but this one actually, functionally speaking, gave me a whole sentence that's grammatically correct. And then I could choose which one I wanted more. And you could give me a series of these examples. Well, when you're using this is the output. Now, I know that might be difficult. You seem like a very lazy person, just both from the way that you talk and your kind of presence on the internet, but also, the physicality of you. I don't think that you're probably want to do all that work, so maybe you should type into ChatGPT to give you an example of what ChatGPT does when ChatGPT makes a mistake. And using your abilities as a human being who's worth listening to and has the comprehension of English enough to figure out whether or not prose is good, you could say whether or not that ChatGPT output is good and put it up on screen. Hey, this is a good output. This is a bad one. And then what you do after that is you use the other thing, whatever the fucking thinking model, right? And then you run it through the same thing. This is called an experiment, right? You run it through the same tests and all that sort of shit, and you compare stuff. Now, a real hard experiment is going to have controls and all sorts of other shit, but you explain these things by showing them. And then I'll know what the fuck you are fucking talking about. But telling me, hey, I don't know if you know this, but there's two things out there. And one of them does the thing, and then the other one does the thing too, but the other one's more expensive, but it's also a little bit better. That is worthless. Okay, you are the guy, if you've never had friends, which might be possible, there's a guy, this might be you actually, who will be like, I don't know if you guys know this, but some things happened last weekend. And man, y'all should have been there. And then everyone goes, can you shut the fuck up? Man, I don't know. I was at the pizza place the other day, and I bought a pizza, and it wasn't as big as I thought it was. Oh, yeah? Yeah, but it still costs as much as my normal pizza place. Well, what's your normal pizza place called? I can't remember. What's the pizza place you went to called? I can't remember. Okay, next time you think about talking, just shut the fuck up instead. All right, there, Gary. What the fuck was that? This is crazy. I just can't.
Is a context window and a.
This would be humiliating. If you had the capacity to understand how embarrassing this is for you, it would be shocking. I gotta tell you that. But this is like me talking to a fish and being like, bro, if only you knew the glories of feet. It's really difficult. The best way to metaphorize this for you is, you know how like in Lovecraftian things, you're like, like humans can't understand this thing because it's so beyond their comprehension that it would like drive them fucking crazy, right? And they would go explode, right? But like also, if it didn't just kill them because it was beyond their comprehension, it would still be beyond it and it would be like very shocking. I guess that's what it would be like for you. Like I'm like an eldritch horror almost, because I have the power of sapience. And self-awareness. And it's really like, oh, I know the perfect one. There's a GIF online where it's like, it might even be like a little bit of video on TikTok that people share every once in a while, where there's like a human, like a guy. It's like, it might be that David Attenborough. And they're talking about like animals using tools, right? And they give tools to a fucking orangutan, and he's got like a nail and a hammer and a board. And the orangutan, they show the orangutan, like a human goes clink, 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 and he taps the nail in, right? And then the orangutan just can't get the order right. It just starts hitting the fucking board with the hammer sideways, and it pokes the board with the nail, and it tries to hit the hammer with the nail. And it's just doing all kinds of goofy shit. And they're like the animals can use some basic tools, but the real fucking good ones are completely out of, it's done. Multiple simple tools at once is too much. Like finger extender stick, yeah, which a 2-year-old would do. You know what I mean? I see a hole, I'm gonna poke some shit into it. That's what it's like watching you talk about writing. I really can't get you there. I don't think you have the capacity to understand this, but because you're also still technically human, and I don't want people to fall into the same trap that destroyed your fucking ability to reason like a human does, I gotta make fun of you. The point of that isn't to hurt you. You're expendable. That's why I'm doing it. The point is to make it so that other people seeing you will say, God damn, if that was me, I'd want to fucking blow my brains out. You'll probably never get there. You might be too fucking baked to actually see how fucking stupid you look. But everybody else will go like, fucking there, but for the grace of, well, not God in this case, but just Tyler talking shit, go I. That's kind of the thing. I'm making an example of you. Like I was talking about before, the example. See how I do the thing while I'm explaining to you how fucking stupid you look, knowing you may never watch this and I'm actually just talking to my audience? That's fundamental writing. Congratulations. You just fucking passed minute 7 of day 1 of freshman comp. God damn it, dude.
Token. These are terms you'll hear a lot around AI, and let me explain them a little bit for you. First, if we come into OpenRouter, which is a tool you'll see me use, it's not really important for this video, but in OpenRouter.ai, you can kind of look at pretty much all of the large language models that are publicly available on the market. Not everything, but the vast majority. And so if we look at one of them...
Just pause it again. This should be a point if you're talking about stuff where you describe all of them and then you just say some of the ones. If you say it doesn't have all of them, just say some of the ones it doesn't have. Give us, is there a possibility you actually don't know what the other ones are? This is like this is a guy, I've seen him pitched as a fucking expert on this sort of like using this sort of stuff. I mean, he certainly is pitching himself as an expert. And it's like, okay, if I was talking about, there's some art creation programs out there. I use Krita, okay, because it's free and it's really, really good for digital painting and stuff. It's very, very solid. It does all the layering and things that you could possibly need for most basic, simple, low-level art projects. There's other ones out there like Clip Studio Paint and Photoshop, okay? And then there's other things that you can still get the same results out of that are slightly different in their operations, like Adobe Illustrator and GIMP and all sorts of other stuff. That's what you should do. You see how long it took me about the exact same amount of time as you? If you show a product, you should describe it. That's how you teach people. This is a fundamental... We're back to examples. Oh, man.
Whatever's here, you'll see it has a 96K context window. If you look at others, like let's look at some of the big ones here, like Llama 4 Maverick has a 1.05 million context window. Now, it just so happens with Llama 4, like I wouldn't trust this based on reports I'm hearing, but technically it has that big of a context window. What that means is that it can process, in this case, over 1 million tokens in its prompt. So you can give it an enormous prompt with 1 million tokens. It'll be able to read everything and understand everything, in theory, within that prompt. So with a 1 million context window, that's actually really large. In theory, you should be able to have it, like you could have it read all of your organization's documents, all of your books, whatever, and it would be able to understand all of that. Now, in some cases, that isn't always the case. It doesn't really turn out that way. There's this thing called the needle in the haystack problem, where if you give it a whole bunch of stuff, it actually gets worse at identifying small bits of information, kind of like a human would, honestly. But regardless, you should be able to give it a massive amount of context in this case and have it understand that.
Why the fuck is your camera zooming in and out on you slowly back and forth? Is this like is this some algo thing, or did it just do the... Hold on, I'm gonna need that. Thank you.
But first we have to understand what exactly is a token. Because a token is not the same as words. This is not the same as 1 million words that it can understand. A token is a specific unit that an AI uses to read text, and not all large language models use tokens in the same way. If we go to this tool developed by OpenAI, you can see how the OpenAI models look at tokens. So if I just like copy this text here and place it in here, we can now see exactly what these tokens look like. And so you might have, a lot of them do translate to single words, like, language models process text using tokens. Those are all individual words or processed.
Clearly
as one
just
token.
out
But
of
then we
his...
have the
I don't think he
comma
knows what he's looking
also
at.
a single token. You'll see punctuation is often a single token. But you also have words like this. OpenAI's is actually 3 tokens.
Okay. I'm gonna explain to you what I'm gonna want from this. Now, what you had before was this exact same series of sentences and words, whatever. Before, the words looked exactly like they did, but there were not a series of things highlighting them. The most interesting thing happening right now is that there's colors on all of the words. I don't know what the colors mean. That's what you're supposed to be doing. I'm sure, right then, a helpful rule of thumb is that 1 token generally corresponds to about 4 characters of text for common English text. This translates to roughly 3/4 of a word, so 100 tokens equals right around 75 words. If you need programmatic interface for tokenizing text, check out our TikToken package for Python. For JavaScript, the community supported, package works with most GPT models. There you go. Thank you, by the way. What in the fuck is the valuation between these? Is it just how it's broken down? Is it different? Why is it in colors? What the fuck is happening? Why? Did you have to do it? Because it says show example. I wonder if that would actually work better. 435 characters, 86 tokens. Okay.
There's OpenAI and then the apostrophe S. You'll also see other words sometimes split up. So over here.
Tell me why it's happening, or don't talk about it. You don't need to talk. If you don't tell me, if you're just like, damn, you just put it down here and I'll highlight, and then some of it highlight, and then some of it don't. You sound like the Idiocracy people. It got what plants crave. This particular individual.
We have tokenized as 2 tokens right there. And in general, so that's just the way it works. So sometimes it splits words up.
Shut the... God damn it. And in general, it's just the way it works. What the fuck is this? Bro, you are a character from a 90s movie. Bro. Oh my God. It's like that Goldilocks zone that people had to get when we weren't allowed to put like actually mentally handicapped people in movies with a normal guy. You know, you never go full X. And then we had to find like a different way of showing somebody's being developmentally disabled, and they would just have like crazy, just the people that did characters in Idiocracy. Scott with plans Crave. Like, you are like that in real life. You're doing the bit. And so when you paste it down here, you see it does a highlight. And some of the words will be a whole word of highlight. Some of them will be half a word highlight. And that's just how it works. But not all of them will do this. And some of them will. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is this? What in the fuck is this? Is this a complicated comedy routine? Like, is Tim Heidecker in the background? He's about to pop out like, you're on candid camera, but it's not candid. You're on scripted camera. This is the funniest thing I've ever done. Haha. Maybe Eric, whatever the guy, the other dude, the somehow uglier of the two, will be in the other corner going, meh, meh. What is this?
Sometimes you have a single word per token. Sometimes you have punctuation function as a single token, etc. So the rule of thumb that's pretty widely considered in AI circles is that if you have, say, 100 tokens, that's roughly equivalent to 75 words. So if you look at this million token...
Okay, thank you. You talked for so long to share information slightly reworded that I could see on the page the entire time you were talking. And you said nothing extra. You gave no additional information. Why are they different colors? Is it important, or is it to just differentiate what parts are highlighted? Why are they different colors? Is that like, that's the most entertaining aspect of it? Is it because different parts are valued at different ways? Are they weighted differently? So you could say it turns it into a token because tokens needed to run it. That should actually be, what's his name? They got Dewey Cox character, the guy that plays him would be great. It's Will Ferrell and Dewey Cox, or Will Ferrell and fucking, what's his name, yelling at each other. I think that we just figured it out. I don't know. It's a lot of different colors. Yeah, it's a lot of different colors, but it says right here that there's supposed to be at least 100. There's not 100 colors on there. It's like 5. It's at least 20, Daniel. Like, that's what this sounds like. What in the fuck are you? Why are you trying to explain this? Are you actually trying to write any of this on your own? Look how fucking sad he is. What is... Boom, 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 boom. Like, what in the fuck is... He looks like this is... Have you guys ever seen Catfished on MTV? My wife loves that show. I see it when we go to hotels and like MTV will be on, like Catfished with the guy from Catfished. This is what every person in Catfish looks like when the catfisher Catfished is a show about people that pretend to be other people online and then trick people into like falling in love with them or giving them money. It's about scammers basically. When the guy who thought he was dating Su Min, the 5'4" Chinese acrobat who was getting ready to move forever to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and the person that gets out of the car is Darnell from Atlanta, you know, and the person's just watching Darnell come up to the front door, and he's just, you know, chubby dude in a fucking wife beater, like, hey man, what's up? This is the cutout that they use in the bottom. This is the face the guy has when the guy gets out of the car, and there's always bum 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 bum, and then the guy gets out. Oh shit! That just ripped off my fucking headphones. All right. He got a car. And then this guy will be in the corner. This guy will be in the fucking corner down there, just having like, is Su Min behind him? Is Sue Min behind him? Nah, man, it's just me, Darnell. Are you a gymnast? No. Do you want to move to Milwaukee at least? No. Who are you really? I'm a second shift delivery driver for UPS. And you were talking to me? Go ahead and tell them, Darnell. I was talking about 10 people. Did you tell them all you were Sue Min, or was Sue Min just for me? I told them all I was Sue Min. Sue Min is a fucking slut. Catfishing! Every fucking time. It is just like the most shocking revelation. I love it. I love that. I love that show. The getting out of the car, but this is the guy. This is what you look like. You know what this is? This is the cuck circle. This is when you become a secondary character in your own life, but they have to show you because your reaction is important. But the most important thing is who's getting out of this car. Can I see who's getting out of this car? What's happening right now? They put you in the cuck circle. That's what this effect should be. Okay, hey, DaVinci, Resolve, all editors. I'm telling you right now, what this is called is a cuck circle. Okay? For when you find out. Cheaters has the cuck circle. We followed him out to the pier. Well, he's not with anyone, is he? Sharon, we're going to show you some video right now. They put Sharon in the little cuck circle. No, don't put me in the cuck circle. I don't want to know the truth. No one wants to get put in the cuck circle. You put yourself in the cuck circle, though. God damn it, bro. It is the cuck circle. That is the face you have to have when you get put in it. This is all AI individuals. Understand, you are becoming a side character in your own fucking life, and you're going to get put down into the little cuck circle. That's fucking miserable, bro. I got to look up. Hold on. Let me look up. I'm not going to play it. Catfished best reveals. Hard to watch catfish reveal super compilation. I've got to mute this. Let's see. Do they have any of them have the little fucking the PIP? Oh, there's one. Come on, give it to me through the reveal. Give me the reveal. Maybe I am thinking of cheaters. Catfish 2 based. Catfish doesn't have the cuck circle. How about cheaters? I don't know what the fuck happens in Cheaters season 6, episode 6, but this lady I think is gonna kill somebody. Come on. Oh, dude. That's the closest I got. Does nobody have this? I'd have to rewatch all these fucking things. I know I've seen it before, though. Maybe it's because all the best ones are when they go out and confront everybody, and then everyone's in the big picture together. But this is real. That's the cuck circle.
In context window, you can assume that you can fit in at least 750,000 words into that context window. So that's enough for several books that you could put in there and have it read. Now, once again, the needle...
It's like fucking 3 fantasy novels. Understand that. 750,000 words sounds like a lot until you realize the average Stephen King book has about 200K words. I remember one of my all-time highest word, like, writing years, right? It was 200 and... No, fuck. It was 500,000. I wrote 500,000 words in a year, right? Because I was working full-time on a show and also wrote a novel that was gigantic. And, like... Yeah, that's not a lot. That it might be like 10 or 11-ish very small airports. It's going to or airport novels, right? Like your Gillian Flynn, you know those little floppy 5x7 trade paperbacks. One of those. But like when you start getting into like Michael Crichton, fucking Tom Clancy territory, those things are like tomes. That's like 3 books. That's not a lot of words to steal from. I don't know how the fuck you plagiarize from that effect and don't look like what it is. That's crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing it wrong. But if you put that much, that's nothing. That's nowhere near the amount of fucking books I got cooking around in my fucking head. If that's how small, that's not a large language model.
The haystack problem results in, you know, if you give it too much context, it actually...
How many words is Shadow of the Conqueror? I feel like we looked it up. If I had to guess right now off the top of my head, I think it's about 80K. I'm just guessing. I'm guessing off the top of my head. Hold on. Let me look at the audio. I can look at the audiobook length and I'll tell you. Oh, my fucking phone is dead. God damn it. Hold on. Audible.com. What am I? Just Audible Shadow of the Conqueror. Shad Brooks, Shadow of the Conqueror is how long? $18 hours and 30 minutes. So yeah. Longer than that. It's about that's pretty long. It's about 150 to 160,000 words. If I had to guess. Based on that. Yeah, right? Because my typical rubric is it's about 10,000 words for about 10,000 words at a like audiobook pace is usually about an hour of recorded time. So it's probably about 180K, give or take about 20. So I would say between 150 and between 150K and 180K. Let me see if I can see Shadow of the Conqueror word count. The people don't have word counts on stuff all the time. And don't bother giving me something stupid like pages. That doesn't matter. 519 pages on Kindle length. 500. But 500 pages of what, man? Enhanced typesetting. Closely represent a physical book. Yeah, 500 pages. I can't remember how I do 500. If it's 12 by 8, 500 words is about one page on a 1-inch margin, 12-point font page. But yeah, there's no way to tell.
Performs worse in general. I'm sure that will get better over time. It already has gotten better over time. I would say a standard context window that you'll see on a lot of models is about 200,000. That is plenty for any of the use cases that I have. Usually my prompts do not exceed 15 to 20,000 words. So all I would need is a good, 50,000 context window to feel safe there. I definitely don't need this $1 million context window for my needs as a writer. And if you are putting in entire books into an AI to read, I would be skeptical of the results you're going to get from that. You will get better results by having AI summarize each chapter individually and then taking that summary of your book and using that in your context, because it'll be fewer words but still get the point across of your book if you want it to understand the context. So say you're writing a series and you're writing book 2 and you want to make sure it understands what happened in book 1, don't put your entire book 1 into your context window. Not only will that dilute the prompt a little bit, but it will also cost you a whole lot more money. So I would just summarize that book, summarize each chapter individually, and then provide that summary in the context. So little tricks like that.
What? Hold on now.
understand the fewer words, but still get the, and using that in your context, because it'll be fewer words, but still get the point across of your book if you want it to understand the context. So say you're writing a series and you're writing book 2 and you want to make sure it understands what happened in book 1. Don't put your entire book 1 into your context window. Not only will that dilute the prompt a little bit, but it will also cost you a whole lot more money. So I would just summarize that book, summarize each chapter individually, and then provide that summary in the context. So little tricks like that make.
That's fucking stupid. Okay, that's gonna be the last thing. I can't take anymore. He's dumb as shit. I can't tell you in words how worthless that would be. I mean, I can, and I'm going to. So I don't know why I said that. But I can't tell you in just a few. So continuity is important. And summarizing is hard. One of the things you have to do if you're trying to find a literary agent, which is a dead end, don't waste your time with it these days. Literary agents are a fucking worthless racket. Just get famous on YouTube or something, and then you can sell a book. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time to have somebody get 10% of nothing. But if you do that, or you send your stuff to shit, you have to summarize. And summarizing's fucking hard because you have a lot of important information in your book. As a matter of fact, all of the information in your book should be so important to the book that it's almost unremovable. This is an aspect of editing. So if you can pass on a book to somebody to say, hey, I want you to write the next chapter of this. I've summarized it for you. Somehow you've managed to take out words. So those words didn't need to be there. This is a non-fundamental, higher level aspect of writing called deleting stupid shit that you wrote that doesn't need to be in the book. They call it like kill your darlings or some shit, but sometimes you don't have to kill your darlings. Sometimes you have to kill your, why the fuck did I write that? And you also have to kill your, what? And you have to kill your, I can't even read this sentence. And you have to kill your, who is that character? As well as some darlings, okay? Because it's part of the editing process, especially, if you're moving on to a second novel. But also, in addition to that, once that's said, everything else is very important, okay, if you've crossed that step. So there's things that aren't, this is called foreshadowing, all right? They can't be really summarized or explained, but are also not like, it's so important that they're part of like what would be like the factual summary, Book 2, Danny goes to fucking Las Vegas, okay? But what's not covered in that summary, depending on, it can be bigger. I know it can be bigger. Trust me, I know the summary can be bigger. Summary, synopsis, 1-page synopsis, 8-page synopsis, 10-page synopsis, 25-page synopsis, chapter by chapter synopsis, part by part synopsis. Try to write a fucking book synopsis. Try to write a book synopsis that's just 2 paragraphs. Only 2 paragraphs. Everything that's needed in just 2 paragraphs. It's one of the hardest fucking writing exercises you'll ever engage in. And I would not trust an AI to do it. And it's probably the only thing I would want an AI to do. In addition to all those, you have things like somebody's eye color being green, someone's eye color being blue, someone's hair being brown, someone's skin having a scar on the right arm that's like a purplish color, right? That only gets mentioned once. Do you put that in the summary? It's very important, not important, right? Does the thing know to continue that? Like why that person has a scar? Or is your summary handling the actual part of the book that's the book? Subtext? The part of the book that's the book? The lore? The fucking heart of the novel? The thing that makes it different from everything else? Like, is that shit in there? Or are you just doing like, he went a place, he said a thing. He went a place, she said a thing. Like ultimate fucking like shonen trash writing. That stuff always burns out. You get your first, how many, and then like, wow, everyone gasped and he was holding the sword right before it hit the person. Like there's only so much of that you can do, and then you actually have to put a story in at some point. And if you don't, you're competing against the people that draw better than you anyway. How do you fucking trust the thing to do it? Especially considering you seem to be unable to actually edit yourself. So do you even know what's in it? Obviously not. So at a certain point, what is the point of all this? What is this exercise that's going on? Like, what are you making? And why are you bothering with it? Like, I'm tiling a bathroom right now. It's really hard. It might not necessarily to most people be worth the effort, but once it's done, it's done. It's a lot of fucking work. I've never done it before, but then I have a bathroom, right? I have like all this tiled fucking walls and shit. It looks very nice. I'm very happy about it. I get like satisfaction and shit, right? Even if I paid somebody to do it, you know what I mean? Like, I would still get the bathroom. That's kind of the point I'm making. Even if I outsourced it. Maybe even if I stole a house and it had a bathroom at least, like I could just have whatever the fuck I get. Do you know what I mean? But like in this case, not only are you just stealing, you're mutilating what you've stolen so badly that it's not its constituent parts that it was made from anymore. And what you're making literally contravenes every sense of what makes good things good when it comes to literature. You're eliminating the writing process, which is the thing that you're doing. That's the whole thing, right? You want a book without writing? Go buy one and read it. Well, I want to have written it. Hire a ghostwriter. Because at this point, you're not making anything. And it's not like, oh, in an artistic and cute way. Like, no, you're not making a thing anymore. You could just copy paste shit in. You could just copy paste someone else's book in there and it's going to be better. Because I got the hiccups. I'm trying to kill them away. Because there's not going to be any continuity. The story's going to be unreadable. It's going to be Drek. Like, I need to see, like, does he have, maybe, that's one thing. I'll do it real quick. Work with me on Earth. How to write a good book. Perplexity is my favorite AI tool. 3 levels of writing. Free AI tool is a dream for authors. I read it with a book and I did it. New to AI writing. Where is his stuff? AI publishing and news model test. New to AI writing. Where's your writing? He's got a whole channel. Where's the fucking stuff? More on the creative tasks that you love the most. You're not doing anything. Work with me. Storytellingdb.com. Go/storyhackergold. There's no link to like a Kindle page. Story Hacker Gold. $47 a month. AI prompts and templates. Self-publishing roadmap. Live coaches for AI writing art. Accountability calls for authors. School.com. So he sells a what, you can talk to me? What in the fuck is, look at this. Was this in the fucking Into the Thorns video? This motherfucker's just somebody's friend. Have we seen this? If this was in the Into the Thorns, I completely forgot, but I'm just shocked because I clicked through this trying to find a book, and instead what I found is this. $47 a month for the basic thing. AI prompts and templates. This is a fucking OnlyFans. This is an OnlyFans for an irritating cousin instead of like a hot model significant other. Look at this. 697 members. $47 a month. That's got to be, you've got to be able to just write whatever. There's no way. Go from blank page to publish author fast with an AI-powered system used by 500 plus writers. Here we get. Weekly calls with me, $997. Supportive author community to help you find answers to any of your publishing questions. Well, I would need a publishing community to help me with that. $997. Weekly classes on AI writing, art, and what makes good storytelling. $997. Weekly accountability calls, $497. Success path, go from 0 to book in hand, $297. All my published books for authors, $97. Why would I not just ask ChatGPT to make it? What in the fuck? Learn how to spot and edit poor AI writing from a developmental editor. Developmentally fucking disabled. What the fuck? Access to all my prompts, frameworks, and automations. $297. Have off all future courses and workshops. $997 plus. Wait, is this a fucking menu? Or is this the savings? This guy's so bad, he can't even write his fucking thing. I don't know if you can actually get these individually or not. Bonus, my book in a day system, $97. Bonus, how to generate a book cover with AI. Total value, $5,867. Now only $47 a month or $470 a year. 2 months free. What in the fuck is the $997? What in the fuck is this? Oh, please, well, explain it to me. This is buy lighting for the unsettled. Vimeo. There's something dark about a guy being on a Vimeo site. Deeply unsettled. I think this might be an AI background and he's in front of a green screen or maybe fake green screened him in. This isn't his normal setup, is it? I don't know. Maybe it's fine, but I guess I don't know. Maybe he just has so little personality that it looks like this. He's fucking lit up though. Can I zoom on Vimeo? Can I get some zoom in here? I want to look at the reflection of the light in his glasses or his eyes so I can see what he's using. But he's actually got a light. Got gigantic blemish right there, bro. Fuck. Got that fucking President Sunday fit on. Look at the fucking neckline on that shirt. Does he have a really long neck and a turtleback? Or like bad posture and a fat neck? How do we actually reconcile these shapes? This guy would be an interesting person to draw in an anime.
In this community, we help aspiring authors to not only write and finish their book, but also how to publish and market that book as well. We also teach principles of good storytelling so that you not only create a book, you create a good book. You do not need...
Pause. I just figured out what kind of light. I saw it in the reflection of his glasses. He's using a soft box with a mesh on it. You're welcome.
To be a full-time author,
it is, but the toy light center.
All you need are proven systems,
toy lightsabers are set to
and
blue and
step-by-step instructions from people that are actually writing a lot of books. And in this community, you'll get access to a ton of resources that will help you get there.
Does he edit? Do you edit yourself so that you got the Megamind head? Why does it look like his glasses are crushing his fucking dome? This motherfucker got a literal peanut head. How the fuck you do that? Have you ever been on The Proud Family? There's a deep cut for you. You guys remember the peanut head dance off? Y'all on TikTok. You know about the fucking peanut head dance off. He a peanut head. I want this. Fucking the thing is gonna say why he got a peanut head. Gonna get a bigger. There we go. My man has a whole ass peanut head. It looks like he got his head so full of AI ideas that only his glasses are holding the top of his head from exploding. Look, his cheeks are all full up. He goes, whomp, whomp, whomp. How the fuck you do that? How the fuck you do that, boy? What in the fuck? My man about to hit me with the fucking no bitches. Bro, what the fuck are them glasses arms made out of? Fucking adamantium? Is that vibranium? You got them fucking Wakanda metal glasses on? You're holding the fucking sides of your head in, bro. Holy shit. Dude, my buddy's fucking frontal cortex all fucking inflated up like he got carnies coming by to set up a bounce house inside him. That's fucking bonkers, dude. I don't know if I'm not looking at AI or not. Like, what in the fuck is happening here? Why are his ears so low set? He got weird fucking ears too, actually. His my ears go up off the top. I don't know if you see this. I think this is typical, right? and then my glasses sit like behind him, but his glasses are like on his ear, at least on the right side. Like his ears don't go up; they go like straight out and down. That's crazy. That's crazy. My man's cheeks are so fat, they're eating his earlobes. Like, he ain't got no earlobe. You know what I'm saying? Bro, experience jealousy. Look at this whole ass. Look at my fucking Lego head ass right now going straight up and down. Look, me and this bottle got the same side profile. You can't tell. Look at this. Look at this. I can't actually see it from that angle. Okay, look. Done. Done. Oh my god, bro! Look like a fucking, not even a real peanut. He looks like a circus peanut. You look like you come in a fucking multicolored 12-pack. Cotton candy machine head ass motherfucker, dude. Jesus Christ. How could I not see the tricknology on display here? My dude is Yakubian. There's some serious Yakubian. Dude, I had an idea for the thumbnail, and I think now it's just gonna be Yakub? Question mark. What is that shit? Oh fuck me, no. Hold on. The fuck, bro. I'm summoning my lore hounds. Someone has to know. Black Israelites. They say that if you eat something, it will eat part of your brain, right? Is that that's what happened? He's got it. Yakubian caught trying to disintegrate my amygdala. He really does look like he's running a fucking an Intel build in Bloodborne. He's about to start sprouting out extra eyes and shit all over the top of his fucking head. God damn.
First, you'll get access to all of my books for authors for free just for saying maybe to the 7-day free trial.
Like, when he moves his head, look how much fucking ear is revealed. The sheer amount of ear that's hidden behind this man's fucking jowls is crazy, actually. For he doesn't look that fucking fat, but like he's got a whole fucking like 2 inches of ear hidden behind his fucking his jowl meat. How the fuck? Look at this. Watch him move his head. It's like an optical illusion.
And in this community, you'll get access to a ton of resources that will help you get there. First, you'll get access to all of my books for authors for free just for saying maybe to the...
He's hiding a whole size ear behind the fucking this. What in the fuck is? Do you have an infection? Why are you swole up weird? Also, why do you have the fucking Vosh Video Tinder lighting? This is Vosh Video Tinder pic lighting. My man got the getting strangled to death by Leon S. Kennedy eyes. You know what I mean? You know, fucking my dude's actually, we figured it out. He's carrying Las Plagas. He's got 2 hours to get in that fucking chair. Ada Wong strangling ass eyes.
7-day free trial. Technically speaking, you could come in, take those books and run. I won't hold that against you, but there are a lot of other things that I hope will encourage you to stay. Second, you'll get my proven 5-step system, which will get you not only to write and finish your book, but it will also be published. You will have everything you need.
That's killing me. It is. It's not his glasses really aren't like his fucking cheek jawbone. Look at that fucking forehead crease. Holy shit. My man has pondered. Look at the size of that forehead crease. I gotta work for this. This man. Dude, did the screw-on head people come for him and they only got the top half? My man looks like they put a different piece on him. This angle is crazy. Is this not AI? Look, you can see where they cut the top of his head off and put a new one on. Look at that crease. Where the fuck did that come from? That wasn't there a second ago. Does he have a removable face? Is he like them fucking aliens from Men in Black 1? Remember the little alien living in the guy's head? The robot man? The little alien lives in the robot man's head? Is he about to fucking... I'm dying. Bro's mom was the fat chick Arnold Schwarzenegger hid inside of in Total Recall. There's a fucking... If you don't laugh at that, you're not a fan. If you don't laugh at that, you're not a fucking fan. Looking like Frank's with the stitches across his forehead. Bro, my man, dude, he got that fucking... He's got that fucking Seto. He's got that thing from fucking Jujutsu Kaisen in his fucking head. He's got the little... He could pop that shit open. He's got the little brain with teeth in it. Oh no, he survived the comedian, bro. He survived the comedian. It's Shinji's... It's fucking... What's his name's mom? Oh.
For an email list, many of the people that follow my steps exactly will launch their book to an email list of several hundred people. I've seen it already in this community several times, meaning that you won't...
Bro, a fucking email list of several hundred people to launch a book? Oh, fuck me, man. Watch out now. Fuck. God damn. I'm about to be skyrocketing through the
just
fucking
be launching your
bestsellers.
book to nobody. You'll be launching it to a pre-established audience already. But that's not all. We also have some...
That's not a pre-established audience. That's a fucking mailing list. You can actually get the same thing, and people will actually probably buy 3 copies instead of approximately none if you just join an MFA. I will never join an MFA because I was I'm too skilled to waste my time with a fucking Master of the Fine Arts fucking program and go sit in fucking Vermont and drink coffee and talk about somebody's fucking dead dad and how sad it made them and they got to write about it. But if you just join an MFA program, rip everybody that went to Masters of the Fine Arts, the true fucking lit punk. If you go to like an MFA program or just join a writer's round tree table group, right? You just go join a writing group. They'll also, you could send it to them and they might actually fucking buy the thing because they'll also be guilting you into buying theirs. That's what happens. And it would be better if it's not hundreds, because if it's hundreds, you're going to feel real bad when you don't get that MLM return.
Dedicated people inside of the community to help you succeed. I'm in there, of course, and I specialize in talking about AI for writing, but also not just any old writing, but actually good writing that still uses your creativity. But we also have a developmental editor in there who specializes in just helping you know exactly what makes a good book, because a lot of people who write with AI don't actually understand these principles, and so you can learn in this group. We also have an AI art/graphic design expert who is in there, and he's doing a lot of work telling you like what makes a good book cover, what makes, you know, good typesetting in your book. All of that stuff is super important, and we have a dedicated artist to help you out with that. We also have an accountability coach to kind of help you keep on your goals week in, week out. It is my goal that you will finish and write your first book or your next book, if you've already written a book before, in as little time as possible, so you can understand what is really possible with all of the tools that we have at our disposal today. And again, you don't have to be a full-time writer to do this. You can be just a part-time writer working on this for an hour a day, even half an hour a day, even 15 minutes a day. You can get there with these systems.
You don't need it. If you just write for 15 minutes to an hour a day, you'll still just write a book. You don't need any of this shit. This is so weird. This is actually like a scam for triple morons. No wonder he doesn't mind getting made fun of. Hold on.
Personally, I go live inside of this group every single week, so you have plenty of opportunity to talk to me and get my feedback. And just in case you don't know who I am, my name is Jason Hamilton. I'm the author of about 20 different fantasy titles in various stages of development, and I built the largest YouTube channel.
That's the best writing credit I have ever heard in my life. I am an author of about 20 novels in various stages of development. I haven't finished shit, and I probably haven't sold anything either. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let's see some credits.
My feedback. And just in case you don't know who I am, my name is Jason Hamilton.
Jason Hamilton. Jason Hamilton. Amazon. Kindle. There you go. Out of Shadow, an epic YA fantasy adventure. Roots of Creation, Book 1 on Kindle. Format, Kindle edition. Well, let's just go ahead and fucking make fun of you real quick there. But you know what? I don't think I need to hear any of the rest of that. But let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and check this out. Can I get that a little bit bigger? There we go. Don't look at my stuff. Don't look at my information on Kindle. There's nothing. Okay. See my fucking. Oh no, you guys just. I just hard doxed myself that I live in Lexington. And now you know the Lexington area code. Out of Shadow, an epic YA fantasy adventure. Roots of Creation, Book 1, Kindle edition. Jason Hamilton, format, Kindle edition. Magic in the air, demons on the hunt. To save the kingdom, one girl must uncover her hidden abilities. Oh, I'm going to be clicking that. Yes. In a... Bruh. Bro, you have to put fucking an epic YA fantasy adventure on that shit. That's death sentence. Determined to fulfill his dying wish to prove her worth, sets off on a desperate quest to find her long-lost mother. Knowing she wouldn't last a day alone in the dangerous wilds, she joins a roving band of warriors and throws her full weight into training under the tutelage of a young man who saved her life during the demon attack. That is 2 sentences. But after a tragic encounter ties her fate with a mysterious shadow fae, she discovers her greatest source of power doesn't lie in the strength of her sword arm, but in the giving nature of her true magic. With dark forces gathering, can Jack unlock the secrets of her enchanted destiny to save her mother and the kingdom from the clutches of evil? Out of Shadow is a captivating YA fantasy novel. If you like imaginative realms, magical showdowns, and heartfelt coming-of-age stories, then you'll love Jason Hamilton's enchanting tale. Bro, there's nothing there.
Chapter 1. Jack couldn't move. Her breathing increased, and she tried to bring her arms to her sides, to push herself out of bed. Her arms stayed where they were. What was going on?
Allow me to read a sample, please. Okay, let me just see. Chapter 1. All right, let's see. We're just going to read a little bit of this. Yeah, Jack, J-A-K. Jack couldn't move. Her breathing increased, and she tried to bring her arms to her sides. To push herself out of bed, her arms stayed where they were. I guess I was accurate on that side. Hold on. Come on, Kindle. Come on. Can I just see? Oh, okay. What was going on? Why couldn't she move or see anything? Was she dead? I'm about to roast a bunch of your all's writing, too. She tried to thrash about, to move anything, even a finger, but nothing worked. She could still feel herself in her bed, presumably still in her father's small hut on the outskirts of Riverbrook. Presumably, she's right where she fell asleep. I appreciate that. If it was a returned to factoid that you would think in such a fucking alien way, that would be great. Presumably, I'm still in Riverbrook. If you actually, dude, Ace Ventura. This sounds like Ace Ventura internal dialogue. What was going on? Why couldn't she move or see anything? Was she dead? She tried to thrash about, to move anything, even a finger, but nothing worked. She could still feel herself in her bed, presumably still in her father's small hut on the outskirts of Riverbrook. It's the external narration you do when you are just pushed to the limit and have to do exposition. But that is raw exposition. Which is bad writing, okay? Like, I wouldn't read more than any of this. If this was, especially if like somebody was asking me, doing me a favor, like, do me a favor and read some of this, I would probably stop here and be like, bro, you gotta work on this again. Let me tell you what they did wrong. This top part here. What was going on? Why couldn't she move or see anything? Was she dead? I'm going to fucking eat a bunch of you alive right now, and it's going to hurt. But that is a powerful indicator of a dog shit writer. Powerful. Perfect indicator, all right? Because what is happening is you are asking questions instead of answering them, right? Which is what you need. And not only are you, instead of not doing, you're doing the, show, don't tell. You're asking them to ask the question you want them to ask themselves, okay? Or that you're even asking yourself because you don't know what to write. Every time, everyone does this, I do this, okay? And sometimes I think it slaps when I'm writing it down. You have to get rid of it. Answer that question or cut it out or do something. You have to get rid of that. Every time you see it, it's because you didn't know what to or how to write that segment. That's why you asked a question as part of narration. It should never be there. Those narrative questioning like that should be limited to very specific narrative instances. Like I'm trying to do a thing with a weird question like that, and it should be a centerpiece of the moment, right? Because you're really changing up the flow. If you put a question mark in something, that's like, okay, we got to stick with this for a second because this needs to be answered. If you see it in writing, it's because the person didn't know what to fucking write. What's going on here? What's happening? Do you actually even ask yourself that really? Like in your internal dialogue, do you actually say, your confusion manifests itself as answers, by the way. That's what happens to you. That's why reading works. Your confusion manifests itself as answers. Your brain tries to put together the puzzle because it's a really good machine designed just for that. When you start asking the question like that, you're basically saying, not only am I not going to just exposit, I don't even know what I'm going to exposit to get you to ask the question, so I just want you to ask the question. Like every time. Also, yeah, I don't really mind the characters waking up to start a story. I mean, that's a pretty strong indicator that you're kind of starting off with a weak premise, but really people do just wake up at the beginning of the day, right? And, it's 8 hours of any given day are probably you spend sleeping or in some sort of like nestled activity, daydreaming if not. So like, yeah, coming out of a dream and being in the moment is a thing. Starting a story is also very hard. Don't start your stories with people waking up if you're going to avoid it, because a lot of people start their stories with people waking up. Because your story today started probably with you kind of like waking up because you don't know what the fuck happened until you woke up. There's like dreams and stuff, and then you woke up. The other one that people like to harp on is rainstorms. Dark and stormy night, but like we're 150 years down the line kind of deal. So it is what it is. I do think it's better to scene set, right? When we start stuff, I don't know. I guess I'll flex. Should I flex on the haters? I'll share some writing what I did. Let's see. Be fucking hilarious if the first thing I can find in my writing is just me. I woke up to rain on the window. Let's see. WSF Productions. Novels? No, we'll just do a short story. See what's in the shorts. Kudzu, uppermost where the kudzu dies, so it burns. Man, I forgot. Oh, I know which one that is, yeah. Memory of Us. I've already read that one before a little bit. Unsteady Stone. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's a good one, yeah. I can't put my wife's notes in there, so you guys don't get to read it with me. This is I Am the Rain. I haven't actually edited this one. My wife's note is he talks like a crawdad here, but doesn't later. I Am the Rain. She lived out by the quarry like, where the sunset turned the gravel orange and all them big blackbirds nestled up in the holes rainwater ate in them dead machines. Went by the name of Keel, no saying how she spelt it. And she was a looker far as the average woman went in those days. In those places, at least, where we'd all as children washed up in the long flat gaps between the dead Pacific and the shining, sparking ruins of the far cities with all their high, dusty walls and boneyard boulevards. The crack was a faint memory then, carried down into the earth with our grandparents and their parents and our own parents, were the sick and thin and feeble remnant of what the mud boy had forced out of the far cities. They laid about and dried in the sun and died, and we unloved many scraped around in the fiery glass between the fisherfolk towns and the corn lords' long green fields and the eternal, threatening, sand-colored walls of the far cities. So, I don't know. That's how I would start a story, and then did. Which it, like, I feel like moves a little faster. You see what I mean? It's scene setting. That's still exposition. It's raw exposition. But first off, like, the construction of how you write it is so important. Because, I mean, I'll just bring it back up and explain what the fuck's going on a little bit. Light spoiler warnings. So what I could have written instead, if I wanted simpler, she lived out by the quarry. Where the sunset turned the gravel ore. So, like, she lived out west by the quarry, near a bunch of old machines. Her name was Keel, which I don't know how she spelled it. This is too good of a detail for this guy's writing. Her name was Keel. She lived out by the quarry in the west. We all lived out there, somewhere near the old Pacific Ocean. You know? Like, that's what writing is. Man, dude, I fucking love this one. I'm sorry. I'm really, like, wrapped up in my own fucking... Can I read, like, a couple more sentences? I'll read, like, 2 more paragraphs. This is fucking... Dude, this is a good one. I really can't wait to start re-releasing this stuff again. Sand-colored walls of the far cities where I was before. Pretty for us, as Keel was. Meant teeth and hair and all your limbs whole and working and none more creeping out here or there from the flesh. Keel had been born to some dead and unknown woman, maybe out there beside the quarry, maybe somewhere else, and raised up not quite alongside us. Me, Grek, and Loke, that is, who all knew each other on account of our parents knew each other, and we alone escaped some corn lord's raid on our village because we could fit into a culvert and nobody else could. We knew plenty others, but they were close enough to me as kin. I could sleep by them and not fear them taking my teeth, or my flesh, or my blood in the night, and gutting me on the insistence of some curse whisperer. I was pretty, compared to them, as I had all my teeth and my skin sat right and straight on my bones. Grek had too much skin, like the big hairless cats the fisherfolk would set on us sometimes, when we got too greedy raiding their gutting troughs. Grek, a boy, so far as I knew, had a neck thick and near to his shoulders, and had a great lot of film that held his eyelids to his eyes and his lips to his teeth, but he was fine company otherwise. He would croon in his sleep. Long high notes like as none others I knew, and nothing like any sound he could make when he tried. It was this, mostly, that kept us from getting close to the fisherfolk, the only decent sorts out there in that non-place we called home. They had left the cities long before the crack, even, and so they weren't sick like us, and had their own deeply set ways about them. Superstitions and the like about curse whisperers and what came of strange throats with stranger voices coming out them in the night. But Grek was my only sort of kin, and the fisherfolk weren't some particularly generous or trustworthy sort one could sleep around, so I stuck with Grek. I still gotta fucking edit this, so that's like first draft. I think it's okay. Tyler like Kanye listening to his own beats. If you don't like it, why would you make it? That's like one thing it's crazy to me. I know, like, some people think it's like a salient criticism. Like, why would you laugh at your own jokes? Dude, I swear, I'm telling you right now, I turn my own videos on and then listen to them. Because I fucking entertain myself, right? Like, if I ever got locked in a cell, I'd come out crazier than a fucking hatter. But, like, I wouldn't come out bored, more than likely. I like the shit I make. I like the songs I make. I'll fucking pull up my own drawings that I've drawn and I'll just stare at them because I like to get lost in the fucking journey I took to make the thing, and I like the thing, and it's very, very entertaining to me. The thought of somebody who's out there who's like, man, I don't like my art. I don't want to be perceived as enjoying the things that I make. It's just so fucking alien to me. I can't accept it. I can't accept that individual. It's so fucking strange. You're such an odd duck for being that way. And I get, like, the criticism coming from, like, the untalented and the uncreative, because you guys criticize everything. You're non-people, right? You're an opinion with no words in it, really. It's always just an idea of propriety that's based on somebody else pretending to be a way so that you would buy something from them. It's really like, you're not like this other creator I like who does all these things. It's like, yeah, I'm not song and dancing you into buying. You're talking to me about the behavior of another salesman, and I'm not trying to sell you. That's what it is, okay? Know your place in the conversation, which is where you are, talking as you are right now. But just feel a little less happy and confident when you leave. Like you're not really worth all the niceties and smiles and nods and winks you've gotten in your life. And maybe you're just a bit of a burden on the people around you. I think that's it. I'm done. And I don't know if that's going to make it into the nerdy novelist bit. But that was fun. That was fun. This is the end of the day. It's 7:03, which means I did still talk too long, almost. Ahem, efep, ahem. What does efep mean? EFAP? There's only 4 letters if you were trying to say that and you missed one. Bro was confident. Dude, confidence fucking kills people these days. It's nuts. Like it's just such a strange world that we've built where like self-confidence is like freakish to people, especially if you're not like already like a millionaire. Like millionaires are allowed to be confident no matter how fucked up they are. But then like you talk like these commentary people are like, wow, you think you're the best thing since fucking sliced bread. Yeah, don't you? Why the fuck are you sharing your thoughts then? Like, what did you guys all think? You're just gonna like make a little bully pulpit? It's so weird. People are like, I feel like you take yourself too seriously. You don't seem like you're really receptive to criticism, and you won't just change everything that you've ever done because some fucking pedophile on the internet's mad at you. Like, y'all got no fucking backbone, do you? Like, why don't you just fucking do something cool and be away from all those people that suck? I'll be alone again. Dude, you should be alone. Being alone is fucking based. Sometimes you're alone so good that you end up getting company. And the company's better than the company you could have had if you tried not to be alone for a second. That's the last advice I'm giving today. Let's get music. I like the lighting today for some reason. I'm feeling it. Oh, it's probably because I did upper chest, and every time I move, my neck looks fucking strong as shit. Ooh, sternomastoids. Sternomastoid muscle. That's the end of the week, baby. That's the end of the week. End of the week, okay? And I am getting the fuck out of here. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. And I know I did. Now that I fucking read my own writing again, I just want to fucking scribble scrabble. I gotta get this shit done. I gotta get these last little bits of whatever done, and I'm gonna have so much fucking time to work. I already like got so much time back. Kind of like reorganizing my schedule a little bit, and it's like nuts. You're like, Tyler, your channel's dying. I haven't been working on it. I started working on it again, just directly. 200 subs in a fucking half a week. It just starts exploding. Every fucking video is 3 or 4 times bigger than they were within a day, like a week or 2 ago. It's like, bro, my fucking literally the eye of Sauron is not on you. Just be happy. Your people are in grace periods. Like, you fucked me up while you were doing all that stuff and saying you were distracted. Yeah, you should really pray that I'm not paying more attention to you. Next contest, writing contest, when? Once this stuff is finished and I can get back onto a regular schedule and I know what the fuck is coming down the line, we might start doing some contests again. I'm going to be trying to reconfigure the streaming schedule itself because I definitely want more work time, you know what I mean, to like make things, and stream does cut into it. And I don't know if people will always say like, I wouldn't mind a stream where you wrote on stream, but like I feel like I would mind it because I feel like it's not as fun, and it also would clog up the fucking algo, you know what I mean? Because people won't tune in for that, and it might fuck me up down the line. If I was bigger to the point where like I had like, you know, it was thousands of people showing up more or less each time, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. But when it's hundreds, you can actually kind of like, you can see it doesn't want to return up to big as soon as it did before. And people aren't as familiar with me, so they're like, what fucking, somebody told me that this guy was very funny. He says the most out of pocket shit. Why is he like drawing and talking about like nice stuff? I got to be a little bit more chaotic and all over the place until my actual reputation's established and the platform gets a little bit more concrete, which is going to take about probably a year or so. Missed the stream, but it's my 1-year subscription. I've evolved from a goof into a goofity goof. Based. Finally caught the stream. Very enjoyable. Good luck with the tile work. Thank you. I only have 14 tiles left. I counted all the spaces. I can count all the spaces. I see where they all are. Unfortunately, they are, every single last one of them, cuts of big fucking tiles. 4 of them are already ready. Well, 3 of them are already ready, and 1 of them's half ready. And then all the rest of them have to be individually cut by hand. So I'm looking forward to that. They shouldn't be too difficult. I think almost all of them are straight cuts. Thank God, but that's still just a fuckload of cutting. So we'll see. With all that said, folks, join the Discord, like and subscribe before you leave. You have been watching Westside Tyler Live. I have been Westside Tyler Bell. You guys have been great. Be safe. All you have to go and drink water and exercise. Sweat 3 times a week. And until next time, as always, boop, stay safe out.